Man, y'all see the title of the show, man. Africans in the Civil War that helped the North, who got classified as Indians, man. I know it's late, but hey, I'm just dropping it, man. Let me drop this real quick.
I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in the grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about this money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. When the fuckboy niggas, half these souls in the same lane with them. Gang tell me to bang, I'ma slide by, hit him. Hope everybody else die with him. Cost a nigga too much on the get back. 18 with a dream, can I live that? Bad bitch in the VIP, counting by the rack. About 100 million bands, nigga, no tax. Every falling two-seater, push a dope by the leader. You don't want smoke, game ride when we need them. Boy, this level to the shit loud. Hoes, you don't need them. Only take them to the telly when my niggas tryna gun them till they bleed them. Where we find them, where we leave them. Like I said, we don't need them. Turn a bad bitch to a diva. I can show you how to read them. That's the only way to beat them. Let 100 shots ring on these op niggas. Only pray for my team, know you not with us. Chop sound like Nick Cannon in drumline. They ain't never gave a fuck about it one time. Lost so many homies to the shit, tryna live out this bitch. I ain't never gon' quit. I ain't never gon' switch on my day one niggas. Kill more niggas, tryna heal my niggas, we lit. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half the niggas in the grave for sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house.
Struggle, sometimes I fumble, so I had to figure out. I'm gonna make it. Uncle told me take it, so fuck it, man. That'll be the best ride. Ain't nobody ever gave me shit. Nah, shit, up the mud in the mud and shit. Never seen crumbs, never turn to bread. Take a close look, get you looking at it. Where I'm from, in my hood, shit, I never been left out. If 12 comes and they aggressive, man, it's gonna be a shootout. All I know is us. That's just something that's taught to me, passed down, bloodline. Raising this streets of Bristol Street. When they say creep, they mention me. I'm not the plug, I'm just a socket. Consummated inside a good street. Figure out the cell was never the place for me. Plans together for family. Day one, that's all that matters to me.
I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in the grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house. I done seen a lot of shit, boy. There was times when I didn't think I'd make it out. I was just trying to make it by no cap. Had a nigga feeling left out. Half my niggas in this grave on sale, so I had to figure out my best route. Now you can't tell a nigga shit about the money thing. Only millionaires running around the house.
until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. Hey man, you know I keep it 100.
And y'all share this out, and I know it's good. Smoke signals, man. So y'all make sure y'all share this out, man. For continuation from the other night. Ain't got no set time to go live no more. Word, I go live when I want to. Let's go.
Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's see what it is.
Man, I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man.
tell.
I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run,
Hey, you gonna like this? I'm gonna show you these Muslims that was coming to help fight with the North. Word.
You don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you.
Good word.
This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you
One from
lose
the
some.
Persian region and one from the African region.
Come get some. See everything you
I know these people don't know
I
what they're
got you.
talking about.
Even though you don't know me, I
They don't
don't know
study
you.
history.
Baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me. But we take it there. It's some things you need to know.
And yeah, if you can set that up with me and that, I would love to have that. You like the duck and cornbread, incest people, dog. I ain't got no time for that. Feel me? My bag, lady.
Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll meet you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you gon' do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Feeling all type ways right now, for real.
I got you.
I
This
hate
life I live is hectic,
I
man.
ain't worried about
don't ever
that.
think
You
I
always
ain't got
talking
time.
that stuff, man. I can't tell though.
Just look at it this way. Whenever we together, that means I got time for you.
That ain't enough.
Word,
For real.
man.
It's not
I
enough.
ain't trying to show you what this life I live is like.
I already know what it's like. Been there, done that. That's what's up.
I told you, I got you, man.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill.
Man, y'all already know, man. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something because they need it. You feel me? Shout out to the armed forces, man. Those who already served, those who serve, and those who plan to serve them later. You know what I mean? Without y'all, we would not be able to walk out our house and choose what religion we want to follow, or go left or right, do whatever we want to do on a day-to-day basis, because you got these countries that don't have no control over that. You feel me? At all. So shout out to the armed forces, man. You know what I mean? Let me do this more.
Hold it down, take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She said she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, hold it down, take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
And all right, yeah, it would happen. While I'm getting ready to get into this shit, it would happen. They ain't gonna stop nothing though. Good word. Um, this real quick. Okay, GRTG just came in. Yeah. We'll play this from
Man, you
dog
know I
real
lock it
quick.
down, man, you know I lock it down. Certified dub, mix it with some passion, but you call it making love. I only got one night, so baby girl, let's mingle. Feeling like Weezy, little mama, cause I'm single. Let your head down, let your earrings jingle. My name is L Bliss, and like Chris, I get Pringles. You know I hold it down, baby, I'm a G. Two Street, baby, lockdown, ENT. You know I keep it 100 every day of my life. Gin and juice got me open. What's your plan for tonight? Baby, we can slide, or maybe we can float. Overdose on L Bliss, all it take is one toke. Whoa. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
Come fuck with a G. Blow on some trees every coast of the city lights. Alizé, Hennessy for them late nights. Call Jones when your man ain't acting right. All she want is thug nigga who slang that pipe. Let your man be the one to fuss and fight. I'll be that thug to put it in your life. Sip rosé as you strip to some OJs. Text my phone for pictures of that thing. And how the neighbors already know a nigga name. And telling everybody how you wanna be a man. But baby girl, that was never part of my plan.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down.
She's trying to get the system together, OTK.
You need a thug in your life. You can be a boom blunt. I'm the bud, you the wife. Passing the sex like husband and wife. I can make your heart melt like a tub full of ice. Like a tub full of ice. What you come do
Sports Casino, what's good, Villa 5, what's good,
helicopter ride. Take it to the other side. Show you a couple sights that you
OTK,
never
mic
seen
check.
in life. You never seen in life. Experience new things, you don't need to think twice. I can be your man, but that's just for the night. I ain't TIP, but I give you what you like. You can hit me on the phone when you're scratching for the pipe.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
OTK, your mic ain't on, man. Unless it's just me.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
You good?
Goddamn, brother J in this bitch. RTG gang. Brother Milestone. What's happening, man?
What's the word? What's the word?
Man, I can't even call it. Uh-oh. Computer come back on. Computer came back on.
You gotta shake the rust off, OTK.
Nah, man. I got a new phone service and my internet router ain't come in yet. Yeah. My internet router ain't come in yet, so man, my computer going out. So when they go in and out, I'm gonna jump back in on my phone. Man, what's going on with y'all, man? Hope all is well with y'all and the family.
Yeah, everything good.
My dog Darius.
I'm just I've been out. You know how I got locked up, right?
Hell no.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't around for a minute.
Shit, I thought you was just doing the family thing, man. You with your baby girl, you know what I'm talking about? Shit.
Nah,
With you with your daughter, man.
I had I had a warrant on me that I had for like 8 years. They finally count up with me.
Oh shit. Everything good now though, right?
Oh hell yeah, man! I ain't on no papers. I ain't got nothing going on right now, man.
Okay.
I'm a free American.
A law-abiding citizen now.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Yes, sir.
Hey, a law-abiding citizen now, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. At RTG, Round Table J, man. I appreciate you earlier for coming in there, man, because it seemed like what I was talking about was going over their heads as far as like they not even knowing what they reading because they never read the paragraphs or none of that about what they was reading, bro. And I had this conversation with you. I said, man, they got no comprehension skills.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot that was left on the table over there, bro.
A lot, man. And you know what? And see, when I'm dealing with more than one person, man, I get like that. I get agitated, and you know what I mean. I was ready to spaz out on you know what I mean, on some other shit, man. But
Yeah, I mean, I
because
never
they with
really.
me with information, so they come at me personal, man, and I get tired of that shit. I eat a lot of that shit, especially when mother talking to your mama or your daughter. I eat a lot of that shit now, bro. I swear I do. Shout out to brother shit for telling me like, yo, just tell them niggas they need a hug, man. Do they need love or something like that, man? And just tell them you love them or something, man. When they come at you like that, OTK. You know, I tried, brother, not share, but it just get too overwhelming. And they like to say because I'm yelling, man, but I'm a loud person, man. When you dealing with people that been around all around their family and we in open areas, dog, you talk as loud as you want. We don't have no noise audience where you can talk low. I ain't come from that type of background, dog. I come from a background, dog. You talk like how the way the fuck you want to talk. You know what I'm talking about? So, them motherfuckers call me drunk. And I don't even drink no more. That's just crazy. I'm tired as fuck because I've been shooting pool since Sunday night, Monday night, and then tonight. I'm tired as fuck. Been up all weekend to partying. So I am tired. And went to work yesterday and today. So I'm tired and I'm aggravated, dog. But when people start calling me out my character saying I'm drunk, like, what the fuck? That shit be crazy too, man. That shit crazy as hell too. And I'm tired of people trying to blame shit on other things to get away from my information. And that's what I'm seeing now. They'll throw curveballs at me to get off the information. They attacked me personally. And like, God damn. I like the first trans African group. They ain't attack you personally. They just go at your information. It was all information, but this new age trans African group, they talk about you personally and all kind of shit like that. They do a genealogical tree on you for one name. They got your whole family for one name. Boy, they better than the DNA test. Jay, on some real shit. Dog, if I give you one name, bro, and you can do my whole family tree, dog, off of one name, dog, you better than DNA. We don't need DNA no more because now you can trace these names and you can trace these names back to people in Africa because you got their names. You got the tribes they come from. So if you can trace all that back, dog, you can trace your lineage all the way back. You don't need DNA. That's literally what a lot of coincidence try to show me on this project paper, bro. In the 1800s. West African / Akan. Because of the way the name was. But then you show me Afi with a Y, and then you show me Afi with IE. So who's writing these documents, bro? My bad. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
Man, I mean, they're using the name. They're using the name as like a cultural signifier and connecting it with the Akan people. But you know, if I'm gonna be like critical, you know, I need to see the primary source where they got that from. Otherwise, it's an inference, and that's basically what those paragraphs were saying. Like some of that stuff is inferred based off of the information and the research that the people did. But if you wanted to make a stronger case, I never realized this whole time. I never realized that West African Akan thing, it never came from a primary source. It was the researcher's inference based off of the name. So, you know, you could take it whichever way.
Right. Remember when I was on your channel that night and me and I like asked him to pull it back up, but he
Yeah.
the first
breaking
time
up
he
a little
pulled
bit,
this
though.
shit back up in damn near a year, bro.
I'm surprised nobody never said nothing that it was listed in the spreadsheet. I guess I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, bro,
You know?
we did a show right after it on my channel. We did a show right after it, but we couldn't find that after I did that show. And that show got a copywritten strike. So they deleted that motherfucker, but I didn't bother to find out where he got it from, and I never could find that shit. So when he brought it up again tonight, I got it, I clipped it. Now I'm gonna go into that shit. But the first time he brought that up, dog, me and my peoples them on the cleanup crew, we read the whole paragraph. We brought up that whole shit back again. And we saw more than one Affy, more than one Morris. So that's why I asked him, is Affy a man? Because if you scroll down on those lists, you see Affy is also listed underneath the man's name. You feel me? So that's why I actually know why don't got nothing up underneath the mother, underneath that line. See, I notice critical things like that. And they don't pay attention to the paragraphs. He didn't want to go up to the top and show that that came from the University of South Carolina as a project paper. He didn't, and he wanted me to read the paragraphs. No, you read it. This is something you're bringing out. Then he called it my source. Dog, listen, man, I'm gonna try to tell you like this, Jay. I've been staying humble and staying within my own set, dog. I ain't been bothering nobody. None of that. You know, True Zone asked me to come over there. I went over there. Oh, I didn't know I was going over there to be antagonized, but I'm all down for that. You know what I mean? It took the nigga an hour and a half to get that shit, so that lets me know Sean P and everybody done sent that shit to him in order for him to pull it back up. Sean P was on there. Then he lied and said he didn't say him and Sean P when he was on the show, that he said that he didn't make up a tree on me. All was one name. Yeah, I made a tree up on this nigga. I brought it out back on BAP show. And this nigga sit here and lie. So, dog, once we get to that point right there, now you see why I really don't care about having no conversations with any type of person who lie, bro. When you ask him that question about the spreadsheet and do you got a primary? No, we don't have a primary. So how can you say these people is a con? And you dealing with a spreadsheet that's a project. So if you're a student of South Carolina, you can go and add in anything at any moment in time if you're a part of this project. And that looked like that's what was happening.
Right. But we know they're tying it to the con based off of the name. So I never really heard your response to that. What you think
Right.
about that?
So they tying it to the Akon because of the name. So now they will have to show me that athlete is an African name, which they can't. And also, they got to show me who are the Akon people. They don't even know who the Akon people are. That's another thing. That's why I kept asking them, do y'all know who the Akon is? And now y'all saying they Akon because the name, where the paperwork is saying Akon because of the name. So they might have found somebody in Africa or the Khan tribe with the same name, Afi or Afi or something like that, and they tying it into that from the linguistic stock. No, that's not the truth though. But I was killing the whole narrative, Jay. I shouldn't have to go into the name shit dog, it's a project. It's not no scholarly work. It's not no none of that. That's a project paper. You know what I mean? And I know one person out there, he showed the video with me showing the name and all of that. Now, Because I show one person name, that gives you the right to try to show my whole genealogical trace. No, bro, you ain't supposed to do that. And you wrong as fuck. That's the fucked up part, Jay. He wrong as shit. They on the wrong path when it come down to me. So that's why I asked them niggas, man, how many Charles Pinckneys it is? What Charles Pinckney y'all talking about? They didn't even know it's 3 Charles Pinckneys. You feel me, Jay? 3 of them.
I hear you, bro. Just letting you cook.
That's what it's 3 of them. So that right there, dog, if you don't know what path you on, how can you just make up a tree on me? If you don't even know my real name. If you don't know my real name, how can you trace that blood, that tree on down to me? You don't know my real name. And there's more than one Morris Pinckney. That was in the same years. Oh, because they get fucked up with years sometimes. If anybody do ancestry and do these ancestry trees, dog, you put a name in, you have to do a hint, you have to do more research to make sure that's the right person, because you see 4, 5 people with that same name and that same date, damn it, in the same area sometimes. You're supposed to compare that to what you know, what your family know. You just don't go off of what you see right there. And shout out to Cosmon. Cosmon was like, yo, OTK, I'm having a problem, bro. Damn, man, I'm seeing another person. The name spelled different, but it's another person. I said, well, hold on, though. Maybe your peoples had the name more than once. They didn't have no senior or no junior or no 1 and 2 back in. So you might see a Charles Pinckney, another Charles Pinckney, and another Charles Pinckney. Ain't no junior or no senior. Ain't no 1 or no 2. But you got 3 Charles Pinckney. And they all in Charleston. So how do you know which Charles Pinckney you talking about? That's their problem, Jay. And I swear, bro, I ain't even gonna say nothing about that, because I was saving that as the ultimate dagger if they ever try to debate me on that. That's why I tell them I'll bet them on that shit, because they dumb. They lost. I'm going along with it. Like, oh, okay, all right, yeah. Who? Charles Pinckney, Morris Pinckney? Yeah, okay. They don't know it's more than one Morris. More than one Charles. More than one Affy. So they dead out here with me, man. And I'm glad he brought that up tonight. I swear. I'm glad he brought that up tonight. Word. He had enough nuts to come back up and drop that shit. They ain't gonna ask for 500 like prove something. Not that ain't even a secondary source, Jay. What kind of source would we call that, Jay? Or would that even be called a source? Would that be a reference to a source? That's what we would call that, right, Jay? Yo, Jay, mic check, 1, 2. Milestone, you should. Oh, okay, okay.
I check. Oh shit.
All right, I
Damn,
got
two
you.
of
I
them up
got you.
here.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remove the other one. Yeah. So is that a primary they brought up? We know that. That ain't even a secondary. Is that just a reference? What he brought up, Jay? Is that something we would call a reference?
Man, I think I would call it maybe a secondary because it's what they're saying that she is, but it's not like someone from her time saying it. It's the researchers after the fact. So he was referencing the researchers. You know what I mean? A primary would have been, let's say, the quote unquote slave owner, or someone during her time that said, "Oh no, she's a Khan, or they're West African, such and such." But we don't. Well, I didn't see that. I didn't see a primary that said that.
So the secondary will be somebody right after them writing about it, like, yeah, I seen her, and yeah, she was a Khan. That would be a secondary, correct?
The secondary would be someone who comes after the fact. Maybe they write a book, maybe they write a research paper, maybe they even heard it or inferred it from someone or something else, but they weren't placed at the scene contemporaneously with the actual person.
Correct. So now, when we read that project paper, that's not no primary or no secondary. That's a reference to a secondary, or maybe a primary. That's a reference to something else. Correct?
Man, to me, it's just straight up an inference. That's what it said it was.
Right. Okay.
You know, they're using their research methods, their research skills, whatever they claim to know about different cultures, people's names, and they're making a connection.
So they're guessing.
Well, they were saying inference is like an educated guess, but yeah, they don't. I wouldn't say they know 100% for sure.
I'm saying,
but
is an educated guess? Is an educated guess the truth?
Well, we don't know because it's not a primary. It's not really someone that was there that said it.
Right. So therefore, it's somebody thought.
Yeah, it's what they think. Yeah, exactly.
So it's subjective, right?
To a degree. Yeah.
All right. Bet. That kills all of that right there.
But you gotta deal with the fact that they're gonna push back and they're gonna say, explain this name. Explain Afi. You know what I mean? Now I don't know if
I don't have to explain no name. You know why? Because now if y'all saying Afi is African, show me somebody that came on the slave ship named Afi. Show me a slave ship with any slave coming named Afi. Don't show me nobody in Africa now named Afi. Show me somebody who came on this transatlantic slave trade, because that's what they're saying, named Afi. If they can tell you that this person came from West Africa and slash a Khan, they got all they documented shipping records. They can pinpoint exactly where she from. Correct? in order for me to make that bold statement. Like if I was to say, Jay, oh, the way you talk, dog, you from goddamn Boston.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? But you might not originally be from Boston. But your accent, though. So that's what I'm saying. They just can't go off of the accent, no name, no way nobody look. They can't do that. That's looker shit. That's vorcership. And that's all kind of different shits. You know what I mean? That they're doing, man. And they ain't no different than the colonizers. Word, dog. They ain't no different. Go ahead, Milestone. My bad.
Oh no, you good, OTK, man. I'll let you get your spiel, man. You know, I ain't been around. So I don't know what's going on. But you know, what it sounds like he trying to use them I don't know. Cause you know, our people went to Cape Verde. You feel what I'm saying? So I think them is the people that majority of them conversations of the people that's coming here, that's where they coming from. Either from there or from London. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if that's how everybody keep on trying to play the story, because you know I chased that situation down. And I found out that our people went to Cape Verde. You know what I'm saying? But they never made it to Africa. I mean, Cape Verde is on the outside of Africa. It's like a little island on the outside of Africa, but they never made it to the mainland of Africa. You feel what I'm saying? And they don't even mix with the Africans. So I don't know where they keep on trying to get this African from. Well, we all know that African that they keep on talking about is not the same color that they think that African is. You feel me?
Correct. So this is something me and Jay, this brother right here, family, if I'm not mistaken, Jay, you can elaborate on the Cape Verde thing if you want to, real quick. If you want to, bro.
Oh, that's the one who you was telling me about, the who was doing the Cape Verde thing.
Yup.
Oh, for sure.
Yup.
Yeah,
That's my
I'm
brother right
researching
there.
the same. Yeah, I'm researching the same thing.
That's him right there. RTG, man, roundtable game, man. That brother, that's who I first came in this thing with. Younger brother who showed me the ropes, YouTube and all that shit, how to share screen, all that shit.
That's what's up.
Word, I can lie. Even talk shit to me when I disappear and all that, because he my little bubba. He can do that shit.
I heard that.
Word. But yeah. So what did they call those islands off the coast of Africa, bro? Off the coast of West Africa. What did they call the islands all together at one point?
It was before it became Cape Verde, it was Cabo something. I can't think of the name right now. I ain't got my paper with me. So I can't tell you the name, because I got both of the names before it turned to Cape Verde.
All right, so I don't know if y'all know, with me when I first came in, and me and Jay, boy, them boys on the trans-African side, they were saying that the people in the Americas look like the copper color races of something.
You talking about the Canarians?
Canary Island. There you go, Jay. There you go. So when I started doing research on the Canary Islands, I thought that Canary Islands was off the coast of Africa. Huh?
Yeah, but like far
It was
north
a
though.
hub, like a mixing point at 1.2.
Yeah,
Like
only on one side that they mix with the Portuguese. It's only like one side, but the other side
one
they
side.
keep it brown.
Right. So y'all remember the Canary Islands was a big name back then. They don't say that no more. Notice that, right?
Yeah,
Y'all notice they don't say the Canary Islands.
that's true.
You know why? Because them people that look just like the Caribbean people. And they got old blood. What fucked them up that they found out that those people out the Canary Islands had Kozan blood in them too. What they call Kozan blood. And Kozan blood is one of the oldest bloods in Africa. And guess how the Kozans look, bro?
How they look?
Brown. Some come out blonde hair with blue eyes. Some come out albino. They can be all different shades of the spectrum, bro. That's what fuck the whole theories. Am I not lying, Jay?
About what? Say it again.
About how the people, about how the Kozan peoples that look.
Khoisan people.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the oldest blood in Africa.
Right.
And some of them come out with blue eyes, blonde hair, and all that. They
Oh,
say
that's
the people
who,
out
that's who you was talking about. That's who you was talking
they say
about.
the people. Yeah, they say the people out the Canary Islands got some of their blood, and they also in Australia.
Oh, you was talking about the Khoisan. That's that's who what was the president of South Africa name? The one that was locked up in jail and got out and became president? Nelson Mandela.
Yeah.
Nelson Mandela. That's his bloodline. Them Khoisans.
Yeah.
That's
Because
his bloodline.
they saying he's one of the oldest. But dog, if you look up the Kozan people, you will see that they come in all shades, all colors, bro.
Yeah, except for the blonde hair, and the blue eyes, they got more like an Asian feature to them. They got like an Asian feature to them. That's another one. Them another people that I'm researching too. Cause I had just ran across it one day, and I was like, damn. And they was showing the people. They like it's like two different sets of them. Some of them is real tall, and the other ones are real short. You know what I'm saying? Them the ones that Bantus, the Bantus, the Fulani, and is the Hamites that they all mix with. Them the ones that you get them Nigerians from. They bloodline, the Nigerians bloodline go to the Khorasan. That's why they got them little squinty ass eyes like the Chinese.
All right. So now, I brought out one day about the uh I brought out the one shit where I showed you about God damn it. Damn. Well, I show you the oh fuck. All right, so we got shows that I done did where I'm showing these people with blonde hair, my complexion with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Them is I know you talking about them is them dang, I can't think of them people's name right now, but I know who you talking about. I know exactly who you
Yeah,
talking about.
those are some, so they got the Kozan blood in them.
Coruscant?
The Kozans, yeah. The KH Kozans, yeah.
Yeah, so do Filipinos and Cambodians.
All right, so I also showed some shit where I showed that in the Africa theory rather than the outer Africa theory as far as their narrative over there. You know they got an in the Africa theory over there, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, with the Asian and the European saying they superior over the African. Because they saying they went into there and made those people, bro. You ain't know nothing about
it. No, but
that was
it's
all
believable.
during Darwin. All right, so all of this was during Darwinism. So this is when they started going against Darwin. You know, they didn't like Darwin's theory, dog, that everything started out of Africa. They didn't like that. And but you was only talking about birds and animal species. You wasn't talking about humans. But then when they started getting into humans and doing this racial genetic shit, that's when they started saying, nah, motherfuckers came from this place and that place in Africa because they was trying to make themselves superior over the black man. This is the beginning of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's called the yes, the inter-Africa theory. No, go ahead, bro.
Is them still the ones that you was telling me about the Boer people when you was telling me about them?
Yeah. So your Khazars later becoming your Khazars, your Russian Jews. It's a far day.
That's wow.
And all of that, dog. They was saying that they were superior. So this racial thing really took hold over there first, where another race was saying they were superior over another race. That's the whole reason why they was warring over each other, because they all didn't look the same. Right. And they wanted lands and shit. So this shit been going on. That shit just trickle on here.
Yeah, man.
So it was whoever was to be first over here and try to grab a foothold and get in good with the Indians, they had the control. But see, they didn't know about the other parts of America. All they knew was about the East Coast.
True.
You understand what I'm saying? But
true.
Yeah, so we see the title, Africans in the Civil War that helped the North, and they got classified as Indians. People don't.
I'm still trying to see me. I'm still trying to see this phenotype, because you know I told you, I know what that mixture looked like, right? So after a time,
But we
them
can't
people gonna have to end up.
we can't always do looker shit though. You know what I mean, bro?
Nah,
We can't
I
always
personally,
do looker shit.
I got, personally, what I'm saying,
Go ahead, bro.
me and you talked about it personally. I know what that mixture look like. You understand what I'm saying? Not just going off of
Right. But I'm gonna tell you,
looking at it.
we got some Saponi Indians from Upper South Carolina, dog. They got slanted eyes before we even know about some Oriental slanted eyes, bro.
Yeah.
Big facts. You understand what I'm saying? When they came over here to North America, bro, or America, period, coming from the Caribbean, South America, top parts of South America, Central America, and then coming into the North America, dog, they was like, holy shit, we done seen everybody that looked like everybody over there.
Yeah.
That's why they started, shout out to Voodoo Child, man. You know, this shit going way too far. Shout out to Voodoo Child, man. Top of the goddamn morning.
Yeah, shout out to Voodoo Child, man. Hey, Voodoo Child got
why. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, my bad. I was just saying Voodoo Child got it popping.
Hell yeah. Got my dog there, man. Always coming with good information. I love when he be on Big Dog Channel, man. I just be over there chilling, listening to them, boy. Them brothers go in, man. For real. For real. For real. Way too far. Way too far. Way too far. Niggas still jumping, niggas. What the fuck in the feelings? Got a old nigga breathing and sweating in this motherfucker and shit. Hey, Voodoo dumb on that song, man. Word. But yeah, no, yeah, bro. So I'm gonna show you some Africans and Persians coming across here and helping the North. But guess what they was, bro? They was Islamic. They wasn't Christian. These ones was Islamic. Just let me know when you want me to stop this beautiful footage.
Yeah, I'm going ahead and mute up and go ahead and let you get into what you're doing.
Yeah. There you go. Nah, you stay up, man. Let me know when you want me to stop, when you hear something curious. Let's go.
Okay.
I knew the first Muslims to arrive here in significant numbers came from Africa, but I didn't realize how much of their story had been unearthed.
It appears as if between 10 to 15%, some say.
So right there, that should have been a thought in people's head. Remember, the African story is that they lost all their culture, they lost their religion, they lost everything. So how can all of these Africans that's coming are Islamic? That means you got some kind of a religion in you and you know what's going on. See, we just got to listen to these words that these people saying, y'all. You feel me? Let me back it up real quick. Let's go.
Washington, D.C., a city that's been my home for several years. As a Muslim born and raised in the United States, I've always been curious about the roots of Islam in our country. I knew the first Muslims to arrive here in significant numbers came from Africa, but I didn't realize how much of their story had been unearthed.
It appears as if between 10 to 15%, some say even 30% of the enslaved Africans came from Muslim parts of West Africa.
Thousands of Muslims were enslaved.
30% was Muslim, y'all. So if 30% of the enslaved Africans that came over supposedly in the transatlantic slave trade, they was Islamic. So how can they be dumb, deaf, and blind? Say, it's not adding up. Let's go.
In the United States.
They were part of the social and cultural and economic development of the Americas for
They was part of all these developments in the Americas for half a millennium. They was part of up north, y'all. Let's go.
For half a millennium.
We now know that some African Muslims left their names, preserved in plantation records and runaway slave ads. Others left their writings. A few left their image. Among them was Mamadou Yaro, also known as Yaro Mahmoud. He was painted not once, but twice. It's one of the things that makes him stand out.
He gives us a story of what it was like to gain freedom.
All right. So if this is how an African look, y'all, this is an African, they say now. If this is how an African look, please quit calling all people that's dark African. See, they tell on themselves. Let's go.
And then live after that and practice as a free person. I don't think we have any other story like that.
Now it's about to get deep.
Yaro's story has been preserved in the archives of the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, in the writings of the artist who first painted him, after painting presidents, including George Washington, John Adams, and Thomas
All
Jefferson.
presidents who supposedly been black, y'all.
We are looking at one of 26 diaries written by Charles Wilson Peale, a very important early American portrait painter, one of the most important. This diary goes back to 1818 to early 1819. The diary is rather small, as you can see. It's about 58 pages of text. The Yaro section takes up about 3.5 pages.
So this before the transatlantic slave trade supposedly stopped, y'all. This before the enslaved Africans was free in 1865. This 1818, 1819 now. Let's go.
It's the biggest vignette in the diary from this period.
And also 1818, 1819, that's also the beginning of the Seminole Wars. The first wars. Let's go.
Writing in December 1818, Peale describes a visit to D.C., where he heard about an old African man, Yaro, living in Georgetown in surprising circumstances.
Mr. Brewer said that he is comfortable in his situation, having bank stock, and lives in his own house. I
shall be able to give a more particular account of him as I propose to make a portrait of him, should I have the opportunity of doing it.
1818, you living in your own house during the height of slavery of Africans. Now, you living in your own house. Now we see all these laws. We see all these laws that's out, black codes and so-called this and so-called that we see out. But this man right here is living free. In 1818, 1819, he's living like a free man. And y'all notice what it say right here, though. It say, thus of a Negro. Didn't say African. It say a Negro who was living in Georgia. You notice how she say an African? Watch this.
That he is comfortable in his situation, having bank stock, and lives in his own
man, Yaro, living in Georgetown in surprising circumstances.
You see that? She said an African man named Yaro living comfortable. But now let's see what the diary say. The diary say a Negro. Look right there. I heard of a Negro who is living. She just called it an African. If y'all don't believe me, hold on. Since y'all think I'm lying, God damn it. If y'all think I'm lying, let's see.
The Yarrow section takes up about 3.5 pages. It's the
Watch
biggest
this.
vignette in the diary from this period.
Writing in December 1818.
You hear that milestone?
Yeah, I heard that.
A
I heard
whole
it.
African man, but look at the diary right there. If you look at it right there, if you look at my arrow, I heard of a Negro who was living in Georgetown. How they just going to imply African on that?
That's most definitely what it say.
Huh?
That's most definitely what it say. A Negro.
They said Negro. It don't say no African. And I'm going to show you why. Let's go.
In Georgetown in surprising circumstances.
Mr. Brewer said that he is comfortable in his situation, having bank stock, and lives in his own house. I shall be able to give him more.
I shall be able to give a more particular account of him as I propose to make a portrait of him, should I have the opportunity of doing it.
The diary was a vital resource for the author, who played a key role in piecing Yarrow's story together, drawing on Peel's account and a wide variety of other sources, from census data to shipping records.
I was here at this library many years ago, and I saw this painting by James Alexander Simpson. Georgetown is it's a lily white community, and so to see a painting of a black man at this library was sort of unusual. That's what started the whole project.
Where did Yarrow come from exactly?
We don't know for sure, but he was a Fulani Muslim. And the
whoa, milestone. They just say he was African. They say he was a Negro. Now they said, do we know where he come from? No, we don't know, but he was a Fulani Muslim.
A Fulani Muslim. That's deep. That's deep.
Hey,
I thought Fulanis don't even practice our religion. Fulanis don't even practice
make
religion.
This shit up. Who said that? Who said Fulani don't practice religion?
Fulanis don't practice religion.
They are converts.
Only ones from Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Kenya.
Yeah. Well, in 1818, bro.
Congolese.
In 1818, before Africa was called Africa, the Fulani was Muslim, bro. They was Mohammedan.
Real? Okay.
Mohammedans, bro. Because they was migrating into Africa. That's why I asked them, do y'all know who the Akan? They don't know. But I want one of them to take the bait up, though, with that. I'll be a huckleberry. But check this out.
Sort of unusual. That's what started the whole project.
Where did Yarrow come from exactly?
We don't know for sure, but he was a Fulani Muslim. And the Fulani were moving from Mali into Senegal, Guinea, and other places in West Africa at the time.
Islam comes to Africa via the trans-Saharan trade routes and over North Africa down into West Africa.
Islam was implanted in Africa for over 1,000 years.
Uh-oh. Now you see what I'm saying now, bro? Islam ruled Africa, bro, until your boy Alexander them. Man, listen.
Okay. Okay.
You feel me?
I feel you.
Watch this shit right here, cuz.
The spread of Islam went hand in hand with the spread of literacy.
The spread of Islam went hand in hand with the spread of literacy, meaning people are getting aware. They're learning how to read, write, all of this shit right here, right? That's what literacy means, right?
To the capital of the name.
Okay, now watch this.
In Arabic, so there were schools for...
In Arabic! Huh? So they was very highly educated, bro. But they say they lost all of their culture, their religion, and all of this shit right in their spirituality system via transatlantic slave trade. How can you lose all of that when this is 1700 and you supposedly came in the 1700s, but you're literate?
Right.
So what happened is that all of these people who was Arabic was getting enslaved by the Christians, because these Christians and these Catholicism people had a saint that say if you was Christian or something like that, you cannot enslave your own people. But if you went against that religion, you could be enslaved. This shit has been going on since the Ottomans, before it was even Islam, before it was even Christianity. This shit been going on with their spirituality system. Either you get down or you lay down. You believe in what we believe in, or either you die. And some places they actually added in all of these shit together so it can make a better way. In some places. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm digging it.
Word. So let's check it out now.
Boys and girls. There were also Arabic, so there were schools for boys and girls. There were also institutions of higher learning, and they
Whoa! Institutions of higher learning? And y'all lost all of that? So they just came to America, dog, and they just say, fuck, man, fuck all the religion shit. Fuck all that, man. We don't remember that shit. Come on, man, let's go.
Travel all over, not only West Africa, but to Mecca, to Egypt, to learn.
They also are interested in not necessarily being Arab, as it were, but practicing Islam through this African sensibility.
This was the world Mamadou Yaro knew until he reached his teens, when everything changed. Around 1750, Yaro and his sister were sold to British slaves.
What I just told you, bro. They were sold to British enslavers, they say. Because the British was and Christian against this Arab thing. Remember, when the Ottomans took control over Jerusalem and never gave it up. That's how Islam went into Jerusalem. After they beat the Knights Templars in Jerusalem, dog, it wasn't more Christianity rule in Jerusalem. And until this day, they want Jerusalem back. Until this day, bro.
Traders after being captured, probably in a local war.
He's in a center of Islamic learning, and then boom, just like that, he becomes a captive of the slave trade. And he becomes one of the estimated 12.5 million people that from 1525 to about 1867 were taken from Africa to the New World.
All right, 1525. They didn't know or had no kind of slave shit going on in North America in 1525. That's bullshit. 1525, we can see people being took from North Africa down to South Africa. Embark, disembark. Check out this slave ship right here where they're showing us now. Look at this shit.
Yarrow and his sister survived the notorious Middle Passage.
Whoa.
Hold on.
Oh,
why they don't look the same?
I need to bring this back. I need to stop. So this is saying that it's a plan for the lower deck with the stowage of 292 slaves, 130 being stowed underneath the shelves as a shoe and figures such and such. Now, when you come up, it's a plan, shoe in the storage of 130 additional slaves round the wings or sides, lower deck, means or of platforms or shelves, in the manner of galleries in a church. The slaves stowed on the shelves and below them only have a height of 2 feet 7 inches between the beams and far less under the beams. So what they're showing y'all is these are not ships that was really used. These are planned on what they were saying, like how they can ship them and try to get a bunch of people on a ship. For one, this diagram that they showing, dog, this is not a schooner ship. Schooner ships was being used at this time. This motherfucker right here looked like a goddamn yacht or a Caribbean cruise ship. Go ahead, Milestone. You had seen something?
Yeah, the first diagram that you had showed, it don't even look like that boat. They don't even look like the same boats.
Oh, that first one I tell you look at, right?
Yeah, no. Not going back. It was right there where you was at. When they flipped the different diagrams. It showed the how they stuffed all of them up in there. But when they were showing it the first time, what's going on? Salute.
Hey, brother. Good evening. Good morning.
What's going on, man, my good brother?
Hey, man, good to greet you, bro. Good to greet a vibrational spirit on the same level, my brother. It's lovely. Hey, bro, when is this argument ever going to come down to common sense, cuz? When is we going to realize that, dog, you can't move no animal on this earth in them type of conditions without dysentery, without sickness? Where's your ventilation coming from? Where are you keeping the food to move this many people? I deal with logistics, homie, and you're not moving 300 people and them bullshit ass ships, no fucking where, without them bitches throwing up, pissing and shitting on each other, and y'all gonna have death everywhere in a few weeks, in a few days. And first of all, if they packed in there with this 2-foot space, how are they breathing, dog? How many fans y'all got down there circulating that air?
Hey,
I mean, it's good.
Bro,
look. Bro, look, you go check out ocean standards. Go check out ocean standards and look at ventilation and tell me how you pack that many motherfucking heavy breathing, heavy sweating ass Africans with periods and shit dripping down, all kind of shit. I know if they'd have had me like that, I'd have been shitting and pissing everywhere. You know. Come on, bro. It couldn't have happened like that, bro. If you look at simple, you know, human standards, what it take to live in a confined space like that. You know, nervousness gonna be up. People gonna be breathing more. They sweating, fatigue kicking in, adrenaline pumping. Somebody that cage you up 2 feet from somebody you don't even fucking like. Mabulo right here. All kind of social economics and fucking drama that we looking at being chained from neck to neck, foot to foot, bro. That's all fake, dog.
It's all fake. This the picture you was talking about right here, Milestone, right? This very first boat right here, right? And if you look to the left, you can see.
Yeah, you see how the design is. That shit, that is so garbage. That is garbage, man.
Yeah, hey, bro, I like to see you move any animal in them conditions. That many of them. Where you gonna put the shit at, homie?
Picture.
Where the piss going at? I mean, these simple problems that common sense could solve for you, cuz. You know what that motherfucker had, what it smelled like, bro?
Hey, this looked like.
And not only that, cuz, was they built the when you look at the design of the boat, and at one time, I ain't gonna lie, tell everybody, before I started pulling the wool over my eyes when I was a young man looking at this shit, all I thought was that had to be horrible. I believed it. But when I started growing older and critically thinking this shit out, think about this, cuz where did they get these standardized African-sized niggas for everybody to fit in these same ruts? Everybody was the same size?
Right. And this the ship what they show us now, Milestone.
Yeah.
Dog,
Man, them people packed in a
like that, bro.
And some old dildo shaped
like
ass boat.
Yeah, you're not sailing like that, bro. Good word. You're not sailing like that for 4 months.
Hey, bro, when we talk about the passage across that bitch, and then you may hit what they call a doldrum, and you get in an area where there's no fucking wind blowing, yo, you do not want to be trapped nowhere with that many motherfuckers, and you ain't rotating them out. You ain't putting no cushion in these wooden ruts for his neck and his leg to fit in. Man, come on, bro. You know how fast your skin will be busted up with all that salty ass air and shit. What about Lyme disease? What about all these rash? Come on, man.
And the crazy shit is, right? Another thing that they don't tell us, Milestone, is that all of these are not so-called black people.
No.
That part. That part.
They don't tell us that part, bro. They don't tell us that part, bro. Where they do,
hey, brothers,
but they don't teach it.
Other than the Uyghur over there in China, I think that's the Uyghurs. They over there fucking them up and killing them now. I mean, how many other people you know been redesignated than us, bro? I mean, hell, we just picked up this African American shit with Jesse Jackson with the Pan African shit. When 85, that's when they start pushing that. You know, when I first came across that, and I started asking my old people. Hey, bro, when I started asking my,
even Jesse had he recanting himself.
When I started asking my old people, hey, bro, this African American shit wasn't, because my granny used to always say when I was like 3rd, 4th grade, I remember her, I come home talking about I'm African American, and my granny found that very offensive. She's like, I'm not African American. My dad and my mama both was Cherokee. I don't know what you're talking about. Where you get this from? She not breaking it down as a kid. I'm thinking my granddad lose our mind. These people told me I'm African American. We look like Africans. I'm not critically thinking. I'm a kid. All I see is brown skin, brown skin. After I started looking at that shit, remembering how she adamantly said over and over, and me and my brother started doing a genealogy, and he went all the way back to 1790, first fucking goddamn all census. Hell, George Washington didn't die until 1799. We find this dude named George Waller. George Waller he was a blacksmith. He took his family to fucking Kentucky for a few years. And after that, they left went to New Orleans. And then we end up at this other cat named Antoine Lewis, who bought a tract of land outside New Orleans that we still own the family today. And I'm like, where was these slave niggas if they was doing all this? Who fucking, this is in your court records. And in their records, he labeled as Cherokee and Yamasee. I'm like, where does African shit? Where does African pop up and start fucking people everywhere? When did that happen? Because all I'm seeing is all this swarthy and all this fucking mulatto, all these name changes for these motherfucking niggas. But when did that happen? Because it's still the same names and they've been redesignated. And once you see that shit, then you know what happened. And you know that they re-educated the kids. Mama was happy. You made good grades. She asked you what the fuck they teach you. All the while, in 20-year segments, they're turning your children against you by indoctrinating them with shit. And all you happy is they getting a grade and you ain't going up there and finding out. So by the time I had kids, man, I stayed at PTO meetings. I'm reading their books saying, what is this shit? And why the fuck y'all took civics out of school? So some of these idiots can understand what voting really is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, but it's crazy. That's where
I slap myself right now, Voodoo Child, 3 times for me going to school and coming back home and telling my people that we African.
Bro.
After grandmama done told us we been Indian, but now we African. Grandma, boy, hush your mouth. Hush your mouth, boy. That was she tell me. I didn't understand it and I didn't go in no deep. Boy, you shut up. You know what I mean?
Hey, bro, before I put it together, I spent a good part of my life saying, where my granny keep getting this Indian shit from? Because when I look at the Lone Ranger, you don't look like Tonto.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I wasn't making that connection. And right now, I think that's the cognitive dissonance with a lot of people right now. They still caught up with TV was showing them as an Indian.
Correct. And it all started, if y'all do y'all research, it all started, well, not if y'all do y'all research. I want y'all to do not y'all per se, but I want people to do research on these Buffalo Bill tours. Because before movies came out, they was doing screenplays and reenactment like of wars. And this is when your white people started becoming your first pretendians. They started really living with Indians, learning their ways, and then going and acting it out on the screenplay. And then it turned into movies. And now these people really became Indian on paperwork. Just like your girl from Sesame Street.
Hey, bro, one of the biggest enemies we've always had been that television.
That television, bro.
Hey, bro, when I was a family man, I was married. I only allowed one of them in my house because how I explained to my old lady, and we used to tussle about it. I said, look, bro, the more of these TVs we got in the house, the more grown-ups we're arguing with. Because when we sleep and they watching the TV, tell them this, tell them that, they're gaining and developing opinions without us governing how the fuck they filter that shit. So one TV gonna be in his house.
We didn't pay attention to the little slight hints that was in some of these movies, like with them calling Sammy Davis an Indian, with them calling Roots and goddamn the other shit where the motherfucker like, I ain't African, I'm Indian. My people's them always been here. We ain't pay no attention to none of that shit.
Oh yeah. You know why? Because our parents at that time was telling us go to the TV and they wasn't monitoring with us. Because see, I shot a lot of shows down for my children.
Especially if you wasn't light-skinned.
Oh yeah.
The person who was talking. Because remember then we had a whole color construct amongst ourselves.
Yes, sir.
See,
we always self-check.
Our own color construct amongst ourselves to where if you was lighter, you was better than the darker one. When we could come from the same mama and same daddy. They did a number on us, bro. They did a fucking number on us. They went and it's done going way up. Like your song said, that's going way too far, bro.
Way too far, bro. Way too
Got
far.
a old nigga sweating in the booth and shit.
Yeah, trying to get this shit heard. Goddamn it. Somebody got to say something. Hey, when I talk and express myself to other brothers around our area, you know, our age, that's what I tell them. I say, bro, look, that shit what you talking about, man, you can't talk to these youngsters. You got to stop that, homie. Because I remember older cats pulling me to the side. We got to start opening our mouth. Fuck if they don't like it, bro. As long as you speaking the truth, don't worry about that. Now, if you talking your feelings and shit, then maybe you should worry about what you're saying. But as long as you speaking the truth, dog, you got to be ready to check out for it, dog. Only way we're going to only way we're going to change this shit, start filtering what's being heard, cuz.
Big facts, big facts. And I'm going to tell you, Voodoo, one thing I do with my youth, I go and ask them what they want or what they need first. And I find my way to start building with them in that section.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Better person within themselves first. And then them on to some stuff. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta ask them. You can't just go to no young nigga and be like, look, motherfucker, this is what you need to be doing and all. No, don't. You couldn't come at me like that when I was younger. That shit is going one end right out the other.
Hey, bro, but what I'm gonna tell you, what they dying for, what disarm them a lot of time, bro, is receive them. Even though if they might come with that weak ass fish handshake and shit and all that, correct that shit instantly, look them in the eye and tell them, bro, I don't know you, bro. But from one older man to a younger man, I still got love for you, brother. Dog, I'd have had them not even better take that shit, dog, because they ain't had no man just to come up to him and tell him, hey, bro, it's love for you, cuz.
I got love for you, bro. And that's one thing that that need to be said more, bro. I remember when I was growing up, dog, it wasn't no problem for my family members them to tell each other, man, love you, bro. I see you tomorrow, man. Love you. Love you. And I try to keep that on to the same today, bro. I tell people, man, I love you, bro. I see you. You know what I mean?
Yes, indeed. And it's easier to do when you see each person as just another representation of self shown through a different filter. I tell them, there ain't no separation between us. We all got that same voice in our mind saying the same thing, cuz that tell you that we all the same thing, bro.
I love that. Representation, you say a representation of yourself, but just in a different aspect.
Yeah, that's it, dog.
So it's still
at the core, dog, we got.
Yeah, it's
at the core, we got all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's still you, bro. It's still you. It's still you. Everybody, you, bro. Hey, bro, for the God force to even make sense to create this space, and my understanding of all the shit, looking at the Zoroastrian and Gnostic, all this shit. When I look at everybody's attempt to describe what this is, basically to me, the God force, us, is trying to express and explain our experience by all the time. The only way to experience such a great creation is to split yourself in a million and go every direction. Because you can't know one side of it. Like I tell my mother, you God all knowing, he got to know evil too. Because all knowing don't mean just know good. It got to know evil too. You got to be, all is all. So to me, being everything here is bipolar.
In order to know good, you got to know evil.
Hey, brother, everything here is expressed by, everything here is defined and expressed by the opposite of what it is. And to me, that allows you to relieve yourself from anger. When you see a dumb motherfucker, you say, that's me over there acting as dumb and as dense as I can. That's me over there doing dumb shit. You can choose to talk to yourself. You can choose to understand that right now I can't be talked to. I better let myself do that. You know? But for you to be smart, somebody who's dumb got to exist. Other than that, how the fuck do you explain smart if everybody's smart? So for you to be separated, the other side of it got to be manifested on every level. For you to have in, you got to have out. For you to have up, you got to have down.
And once you realize that, dog, you're doing what my dog Tupac said. You're staring at the world in your rear view. You're one with yourself.
Yes, sir.
Dog. Like,
yeah.
Big fact.
Hey, bro, look. Not only that, you start engaging in what I understand and call mental alchemy. When somebody come at you with bullshit, instead of you just expressing anger and feeling right there, Which really, if you moving in your feeling, I like to tell these niggas, we always talk about, I feel this, I feel that. You ask a nigga what he feel, he'll talk all day. You ask him what he know, he shut the fuck up. And that's weird to me. But but I tell him, if you walking around, man, niggas feel, bro, we in our feelings. We know how that's black bullshit. You've been trained to be that way. Because in masculinity, dog, you walk around only in your feelings, bitch, you blind. Because a blind person walk around feeling everything. Why you not using your eyes to interpret body language? To engage this shit on a whole nother level.
Voodoo. That's a big problem, Voodoo. Some people don't know how to separate alert behavior from the knowing.
Yes.
What you know is right.
But if you always moving on how you feeling,
right?
If you always moving on what you feel, dog, you moving like a blind man, bro. You gotta open your eyes sometime, homie.
In this thing too, man. You know what I mean? Peace to Bond Dog. Peace to Brian Price. You know what I mean? Brian Price said shit. I would have taken my belt off and whooped that ass and tell her stay in school. Definitely. But you know, with the school thing, dog, they took trade out of schools. Not everybody is a book smart person. You gotta have something for the hands-on people. The hands-on people, along with the book smart people, help build the world. It took both.
Yeah, but the book smart ain't no good if you got the wrong book.
If you got the wrong book, or if you
but
believe in
common sense,
read, or if you believe in every book you read.
Yeah. Well, to me, I think you should read as much as possible. But to me, it helps you develop a negative space. You start to see collectively what everybody's not saying and what they are saying, and that allows you to deduce. I don't engage in belief systems. I think that's very toxic. Children believe. Grown people should know things. But go and read one book and say you got it. It's buffoonery. The more you learn, the more you realize how you don't know. But when you start deducing, but if you circle a problem with what they said, and then what this culture said, what that culture said, in the middle, there's going to be a negative that the knowing is going to allow you to figure out. But that take you to go through the process. Now you can't run with one cat and then be like, oh, I know it because I read this shit. That's no, motherfucker. You got to go read what the cat that was against him saying, and the cat that was against that cat saying, and then eventually you're gonna develop a space and figure out what the fuck going on here. Because a lot of this shit was political.
Yeah, they did close down the Job Corps, but they had to open it back up because that's trade schools. They had to open it back up, and they closed it down. And what's crazy is all these Job Corps schools, depending on what area you in, is majority people that look like us. The majority of people, it look like us. Depending on where your trade school, where your Job Corps at. That's good shit, Voodoo. Milestone, you want to jump in, bro? Anything you want to say something real quick, man? I won't get into this.
I'm y'all let y'all get down, man. I'm letting y'all get down. That sound a nice little teachable moment. You know what I'm saying? It's
yeah, but I ain't gonna hold you, man. I'm gonna drop back out to the background.
Nah, Voodoo, you ain't gotta drop down, Voodoo. Stay on.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to bring that topic up, though, bro. We don't even have to get all technical with these slave ships. Like I say, let's think, how did these people survive in that? And they saying this trip was 3 months, 90 fucking days, nigga, in the bottom of the shit with somebody shitting on top of you and shit. When you ain't gonna develop sores and shit and all kind of infections and shit.
And not only that, they didn't come straight across the ocean. Ain't no way for them to come straight across the ocean.
Not in no sail ship.
How was that even possible?
They was using right. So they was using schooner ships. If anybody look up a schooner ship, dog, that's a sailboat. dog, on a capacity of a schooner ship was maybe 100 and something people, bro. And all of them had to work on the ship.
Yeah. And economically pack enough food to make it.
Right. Right. Like half of the motherfuckers who sailed across here didn't survive.
It was a very dangerous job. And not only that, if you fuck with Dan Calloway, he'll show you the shipping records.
Hey, Voodoo, I'm gonna play this some more, Voodoo, because I trip some more, man.
Do your thing.
I want you to trip some more, Voodoo. This one right here. So what I'm showing, Voodoo, I'm showing Africans being brought across here to fight in the Civil War, and also so-called Africans being brought across here and getting classified as Indians.
Wow. And don't forget they put him in a dildo-shaped boat too, goddamn
it. That dude look like a rubber, though. I ain't gonna lie, that dude. You fucking dumb.
And his sister survived the notorious Middle Passage, a grueling journey across the Atlantic that took several months. The ship Elijah carried them to Annapolis, Maryland, where in the summer of 1752, brother and sister were put up for sale.
So look up the Annapolis. The Annapolis was a merchant ship. It wasn't a slave ship. It was a merchant ship bringing goods. All right, go.
Advertised in a local paper as pieces of property.
This is a page from the Maryland Gazette, a weekly newspaper published in those days.
So it says just imported in the Elijah directly from the coast of Africa.
A parcel of healthy slaves consisting of men, women, children. So they're bringing children over as well.
And it will be, is it
disposed of on board the said vessel.
For sterling?
Do y'all see what that say? It's a parcel of healthy slaves that just got directly from the coast of Africa. So they're not saying that these people are African, but this is where they came. This is where they got shipped from, directly from the coast of Africa. All right? We got to pay attention to their wording, y'all. They didn't say these was African.
Money, bills of exchange, gold or paper currency.
And also, during this time, the whole country was not called Africa. So when we see Africa during this time, if anybody study history, we know they're talking about North Africa, the Barbary Coast part of Africa. The whole country wasn't even called Africa. So what coast are they coming from? Did it say West Coast? East Coast? North Coast? South Coast? It just say directly from the coast of Africa. They coming from South Africa for all we know of. Correct? Or am I tripping, y'all?
You're right. And if they can't, and if they came from South Africa, you know who they was. They was them Dutch citizens that spoke Afrikaans. You know exactly who they were.
They were considered Afrikaans for real.
Yeah.
Right. Big fact. We don't know where the fuck they come from. All we know is that they come off the coast of Africa. Let's go.
Yarrow and his sister were separated in Annapolis. What became of her is unclear, but Yarrow was enslaved on a tobacco plantation in Montgomery County, now the suburbs of Washington, D.C. In the decades that followed, records suggest he had a son here with an enslaved woman. Around 1790, Yarrow's life changed again, when his enslaver brought him to Georgetown. Today, it's one of Washington's most exclusive.
Hold up. You enslaved on a tobacco farm. You done had a child by an enslaved woman, and now your enslaver takes you to Georgetown with him?
It's a special motherfucker, man. You need somebody to carry his briefcase. A slave of special stature, man.
Modest port town on the
Why he bringing this one motherfucker around?
This one motherfucker now.
Making him a well-traveled slave.
Yeah.
I can see him. He was dressed like Django when he was wearing that blue shit.
Hey, you crazy as hell. Let's check this out.
Potomac River.
You say he an upper echelon slave?
How does he end up in Georgetown?
Special edition, my brother. Special edition.
Yeah, up echelon to the fullest.
Oh boy would take him around and show him and put him on the stage, bro, and show him off. Be like, look at my slave in this funny looking blue shit with these white long stockings and shit. That big bow around his neck.
Boy, you crazy.
Hey, that guy must have been a traveling slave salesman, man.
And check it now. He got sold. Once he got to Georgetown, he got sold, y'all. Watch this shit. Watch this. Watch this shit right here.
Washington's most exclusive neighborhoods. In Yarrow's time, it was a modest port town on the Potomac River.
How does he end up in Georgetown?
It was purchased by one of Georgetown's most famous families, the Beale or Bells, Samuel, initially, who makes him his manservant, or might be a fancy name for a valet.
I think. Hey, Voodoo, you called it.
I told you. Told you this nigga was a special nigga, bro. Hey, look, he was lucky as fuck, nigga. He had an eventful life as a slave, nigga.
In 1818 now. 1790. This 1790, bro. The height of the transatlantic slave. Mic check. Can anybody make this make sense?
Yeah. Hey, bro, when you look at it, it don't make no sense. When they show you and tell you what their version of a slave life was like, why is this nigga being special man servants and shit? He just got caught. He lost everything he knew. But now he's just been living his purposeful life. He ain't in no slave fields. He ain't picking no cotton, no tobacco. This motherfucker being carted around and sold to other motherfucker like a prized possession.
Prized possession, bro.
So to me, it's make me suspect. Maybe this motherfucker's really smart as fuck. And they was learning shit from this motherfucker.
And he was very educated. They said that. Didn't they say that, Milestone? He was very educated.
Yeah.
He was in the school of thought of Islamic. He know Arabic. He could write it. All that shit. They speak it. All of that. He was very fluid in this shit. Watch this, y'all. Watch this shit. Watch this shit.
He was smart. smart enough to learn how to be around his enslaver. It's different if you're a field hand or you're in sort of doing other kinds of chores. That may have even helped to preserve him from not being broken down in certain kinds of ways as others are.
In order to make money, the Bells or Beals like for him to be industrious. They also require that he whatever he makes them, but they give some of the money back.
Whoa, whoa. This is a slave who just got sold, but now he can work and make money, but he got to pay his slave owner some money. This sounds like an indentured servitude contract.
And yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And for two, what trade did he have that did, this is what might have made him special, bro. He might have had a trade that he came with.
I mean, this narrative is this narrative very sketchy if you do any deduction, because I'm like, okay, how was he able to be somebody's personal, you know, what's that, sir? Concierge, basically. That means you have to be trustworthy. That means I gotta let you make decisions. That means on top of it, I gotta let you handle business, because other than that, if you're not doing all those things, you're my personal, then what's your purpose? So, I mean, who are we really looking at?
That you my personal assistant. That means you telling me, dog, what's right and what's wrong. Also,
yeah, that guy in your ear.
Yeah, that guy always in your motherfucking ear, or that woman always in your ear. Like, I don't know if we should do that. Like, that's why they there, because they don't go along to get along with you. Let's go. Watch this shit, y'all. This how you make it.
And so what type of work was Yarrow doing?
He made charcoal. He had that technique.
Whoa! This motherfucker came from Africa and know how to make American charcoal? Whoa! Hold up. He know how to make charcoal? That is crazy. Let's go.
Sold baskets. He also made bricks.
He also made bricks. Now, can y'all show me any brick structure there before they came to America? I'm just asking. Is there any individual brick structure that was built in 1700s, 1800s, and any place else but the Americas from brick? I ain't talking about stones. I'm talking about brick. It's a different level. On masonry, and you got brick masonry.
I'll catch you next time, OTK.
Are you about to dip out?
Yeah, I got to right now. Yep.
Yeah, just okay, bro. Just stay in tune. This motherfucker was making bricks though in America that came from Africa, bro. And look, he commanded 1.5 times of what a white brick maker would want.
So not only that he was a mystical man, he was also a master bricklayer.
And look at this, dog. When you realize how you make brick, how would a foreigner be familiar with the compounds they take over here to compose a brick? Because you're working with certain dirts and certain mixtures to get what you want as a brick. You came from Africa over here, the soil totally different. When did you go to the school of making bricks over here?
Right. Where did you learn that from? Where did you learn that from?
And when being transferred around so much, when do you have time for that? Nigga, you was doing a lot of shit.
You was doing a lot.
Told you that nigga was a premier slave, dog. That nigga was an exclusive slave, top-notch slave right here. He's serving, he's learning. Yeah.
Watch this shit. Let's go.
This nigga making
Commanded
babies.
1.5 times what a white brickmaker could.
In Georgetown, Yarrow joined a growing community of Black people, both enslaved and free. Many of them and their descendants are buried at Georgetown's Mount Zion Cemetery, established in the early 1800s.
This graveyard gives us a glimpse into the type of community Yarrow was entering.
Yeah, we don't want you to look at him in isolation. We want you to understand that there were people, a community of which he was part, that shared the same kinds of goals.
And most of these would have been Black men, women, children
Black
who
men,
lived.
and we have some who may have perhaps even known Yarrow, or certainly they knew of the kind of existence that he was living because they had lived it.
And Yarrow himself, though, is not buried here.
He is not
right?
buried
He was
here.
buried
As far as we know, he is buried in his backyard. Haven't found him yet.
Yeah.
But we hope to one day, if he is there.
Hey, this motherfucker can't even find it, can't he? This motherfucker hit like Jesus. Hey, Voodoo, this dude like Jesus. They ain't even find him yet. But they gonna show a cemetery and act like he in that cemetery.
Hey, bro, it sound like a completely fabricated story. Completely fabricated. Hey, bro, it's too. Yeah. Well, people don't realize is they'll develop this whole story, like you were saying earlier, when really they just trying to drop these certain words that they want you to make you yourself akin to. That whole story is bullshit. But in there, it may be 6 words that they want to drop. You know, and if I can get you to develop a pride in this guy, we want you to drop these words: Black, put that Negro shit, take that to the side. Islam, we need Islam over here. You know, don't they kind of like the Muslims? We need to get them in that direction. You know what I'm saying? That would feel like they doing.
And this is one of your first Islamic people over here too, bro. Peep game now, but he was practicing Mohammedanism.
Yarrow spent the early 1790s working in Georgetown for his enslaver son, Brooke. While around him, the newly formed nation took shape, and Washington, D.C. was established on the farmland next door. What happened to Yarrow next is recorded in Peel's diary.
When Charles Wilson Peele came to paint his portrait in 1819, he was so intrigued by Yarrow's story that he went to Margaret Beale, Brooke Beale's widow. She told him it was true.
Early in the morning, went to see some of the family who had knowledge of him for many years, whose ancestors had purchased him from the ship that brought him from Africa. The widow Bell told me that Yarrow was always an industrious, hard-working man and had served them faithfully for many years. And her husband, intending to build a large house in Georgetown, told Yarrow if he would be very industrious in making the bricks for that house, that when he made all the bricks, that he would set him free.
So he obtained his freedom by essentially agreeing to make bricks.
The man who had contracted the promise died and before he got his freedom. But his wife was able, understanding what her husband's desire was, carried through with it.
The widow told Yarrow that as he had performed his duty, that she had made the necessary papers to set him free, and now he was made free.
So Yarrow becomes a free man.
You up here doing videos, nigga. Where that video
August
at? You claim you got it. This nigga talking all this shit, nigga.
1796.
That's correct.
And he would have.
Believe everything good, dog. Don't come on. Disrupt
Man, fuck your weak ass show, you pussy ass, ugly ass. Nigga,
I
go
know,
get that
Ron.
fucking show. You over there talking about this nigga was talking all this shit about me, nigga. Go get that fucking show you claim the nigga was talking about. We got all these incest people and all this other shit you claiming, nigga. Why your bitch ass ain't got that
you say
motherfucking
you
video
didn't,
up, nigga?
hold on. You say you didn't hear it, right? You didn't hear that
Nigga,
part, right?
why you ain't got that video up, nigga?
No, hold
Go
up.
get that
You said
video,
you didn't
nigga.
hear that part, right? And
Go
listen,
get the
you
video. You said
didn't hear that part?
you got the video.
All right, listen. You said you didn't hear that part.
Where the
correct?
fucking video at, bitch? Your ugly ass.
I love it. Go. This is gonna be even more crazy. Let's go.
60 years old.
60 years old, he
Yeah,
becomes a
you're a
free
slave
man.
until you're 60. And his life started anew then.
After Yarrow obtained his freedom, he worked hard and saved his money until he got $100, which he put into an old gentleman's hand to keep for him. That person died, and Yarrow lost his money. However, he still worked as before and raised another $100, which he put into the care of a young merchant in Georgetown. But this merchant became bankrupt. Yet not dispirited, he worked hard and saved a third sum, amounting to $200. Some friend of Yarrow advised him to buy bank stock in the Columbia Bank, and he was amongst the first who contributed to that bank.
With his money, Yarrow bought a plot of land on what was then the Northwest. The man who'd arrived from Africa on a slave ship was now a landholder, one of the first Black people of any faith to own land in the DC area in his own name.
So now, this is one of the first people to own something.
Deeds ledger book from 1800 in Washington, D.C. It's a very old book, and it's all beautiful script. And this is his deed of Yarrow's house.
10th day of January, 1800. Wow, okay. And do you see Yarrow's name here? Oh, here it is. You see his name,
Yes.
Yarrow.
And it gives him a half lot in Georgetown. That was a piece of property 35 feet wide and 150 feet deep. So it was a big piece of property.
What did having this land allow him to do personally?
He brought his son in to live with him, brought his wife in to live with him.
So he was able to have a family in a way that
Yes.
so many slaves were often separated from
That's
their
correct.
families.
That's
and
correct.
Families were broken apart.
In Georgetown, Yarrow...
1800s, y'all. He's doing this in 1800s, y'all. Oh, no.
became well known as a freedman owning property. He was also known for his faith, for being a Mohammedan, sometimes used for Muslims back then.
Yarrow has been noted for sobriety and cheerful conduct. He professes to be a Mohammedan and is often seen and heard in the streets singing praises to God. And conversing with him, he said, "Man is no good unless his religion comes from the heart." The acquaintances of him often banter him about eating bacon and drinking whiskey, but
This is where your non-eating pork from. This is one of the first up north who brought that not shit. See, I ain't no leaf on no tree. I get the roots of this shit. This is one of your first. He was a Mohammedan, which was the name of people who practiced Islam at the time or who were Muslim at the time. They was Mohammedans from the Prophet Muhammad. No eating bacon and no drinking whiskey. No pork, no drink. This is what he's bringing. This is what he's bringing to Georgetown in the 1800s. He's going to tell people not to eat bacon or drink whiskey. And religion comes from the heart. This is the beginning of the not eating pork shit. If y'all show me before him that say you ain't supposed to eat no pork, y'all can't talk about the Bible because they ate pig. And matter of fact, the pig wouldn't really curse until Jesus took the disease or the sickness out of motherfucker and put it in the pig, in the swine.
Right.
He first to have his own land, have his whole family with him. 35 feet wide, 150 feet deep. That's a nice piece of property. This is first, y'all. It's documented, 1800s. Now, y'all saying y'all peoples them are slaves from Africa. If y'all can't find no documents saying what ship your people them came off of in the 1800s, and this man here is heavily documented. They got the shit he came on in the 1700s. They don't know where he from in Africa, but though he came off the coast of Africa, though. Part of Africa, we don't know.
He loosely associated with that storyline, you need to believe. Ain't that convenient?
This shit here is crazy, but he's one of the first ones who started teaching the Muslims, who started not teaching the Muslims, who brought the shit up north about not eating bacon. And dog, right now to today, that not eating pork shit come from up north. Let's go.
But Yarrow says it is no good to eat hog and drink whiskey is very bad.
Enslaved Africans did not lose their customs. Their
Hey, Voodoo. Watch this shit, Voodoo. Watch what she
Yeah,
say.
wait, you broke up a little bit. Say that again.
Oh, watch what she say about these Africans coming. Watch this.
Says it is no good to eat hog and drink whiskey is very bad.
Enslaved Africans did not lose their customs, their religions, their culture. They continued to, as much as they could in the confines of enslavement, to be true to who they were.
Voodoo, I thought they lost all their culture, their religion, and their language and everything, bro.
Hey, not only that, bro, if our culture come from them and they didn't lose their culture, who the fuck was eating all these chitlins and shit and ham hocks, nigga? Why would we consider that our fucking, why do we consider that our history if these niggas was holding true to their shit and they weren't fucking with none of that? What was Master throwing to them bitches? Falafels and some goddamn and with that shit they eat, kush, whatever the fuck. What was he throwing? Some dried ass funky fish to them bitches? Because I always heard we was eating ham hocks and chitlins and shit. We was eating the pig from the rooty to the tootie. So who was this dude? What plantation he was on? What plantation is? I'm sure other slave masters wanted to keep this nigga away from their plantation. You're like, hey, bro, you gonna fuck up my food plan, homie, with this shit. Because these niggas making some outstanding shit with this here, this pork remnants, motherfuckers. They stewing shit, they smothering shit. But you ever had green onions with pork? Man, that shit good, a motherfucker. Yeah, y'all keep that Yarrow dude from over here, homie. He can be smart and distinguished, but we don't need that nigga. He gonna fuck up my stores and wares, nigga. I got a lot of this pork shit to throw off the back porch. Leroy and them eat hog maws and pig knuckles and shit, nigga. And oxtail that wasn't never on ox. I don't know what you talking about. Some man adding up here.
Hey, Voodoo. Voodoo, you know what killed me about this? Shit that enslaved Africans did not lose their customs.
Tell you one thing, when they come here today, they sure lose their custom because all of them look like Pookie now when they come here. Tell me they ain't dressing like Pookie, acting like Pookie. Walk, they didn't lose their customers then. He knew one, forgot that shit immediately.
You are fucking crazy, man.
I mean, because look at it, bro. They tell us our rhythm came from Africa. Our drums came from Africa. Everything came from Africa. But it's strange how right now you probably can't name, besides Burna Boy, you can't name one fucking African, one song, one thing them bitches do that we give a fuck about. But they know everything, all the way down to keeping their stickers on their hat and walking around pajamas like us now.
You know what I mean? She killed this. He's a historian. You know what I mean? Before I listen to any of you sorry ass trans Africans, dog, I'll listen to a historian first. Good word. Let's go. Watch this shit.
Enslaved Africans did not lose their customs, their religions, their culture. They continued to, as much as they could in the confine of enslavement, to be true to who they were.
In the picture, it seems that he kept the tradition of wearing the beard, which was something distinctive to Muslim men. He has his head covered. So that's also something that's distinctive to Islamic practice.
It's kind of a thing, not necessarily fully Islamic, as it were. But I think there's a kind of intentionality there. That's what's so powerful about it.
At the time, was his faith considered strange to people? How was Islam interpreted? Do we know at that time?
It depended on your level of education. It depended on your level of exposure.
But people knew that Yara was Muslim here in
Yeah.
Georgia?
Yeah.
Islam was a recognized religion.
Go Voodoo. Anytime you want me to stop, bro, you jump right on.
Hey, bro, what is the more I listen to this, it sounds like a carefully controlled way for you to interpret this story here. They're guiding you along the way where you need to stay on this path of thinking. And this was Yarrow. Hey, bro, he was wearing a beard, and that's typically Muslim. Bitch, a beard is being worn by typically anybody who would grow a fucking beard. What the fuck you talking about?
Right.
He wore a hat. Well, fuck it. If he was in Virginia and North Carolina, that behooved this motherfucker if it was cold to wear a hat. No, these associations that you painting for me are very loosely associated with any religion or designation, other than a nigga living on the Northeast Coast in the West where he grew a beard and had a fucking hat.
Mm-hmm. What I get out of this also too, Voodoo, is that he's one of the first niggas that came over here practicing that Mohammedism, bringing what they would call Islam over here and practicing it.
Yeah, he kind of telling on
him
himself.
And the rest of them so-called and in the Marcus Garvey movement.
Yeah. And it's mysterious. They don't know where he came from. They don't know where he came from, but they know there's specific sect of Islam he participated in. And all these other key details.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, he said he was a Fulani Muslim.
Yeah. Shit crazy. It's very laughable, bro. When you put it to common sense thinking, it's very laughable. Hey, one thing is clear to me.
Educated.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Voodoo.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah. You said
Hello.
one thing clear for you. Which was that?
One thing clear to me from the person who's presenting this story and this narrative to the person who's hearing it. They want you to engage in fill in the blanks and to a belief system that one thing leads to another. This connects to that. Don't that make sense? If he was doing this was that.
Yeah, bunch of holes, a bunch of room for. And this right here what's on the screen. Educated Americans would have known that the Muslims. All right, so now are we talking about religious Americans or are we talking about educated Americans? All on this talking about, because also during this time you didn't. That's also pumping. So they're testing people for feeble-mindedness and imbecile and all of this. They got asylums going on and all of this shit right here. So are the educated Americans, are these white, what they would call people who are religious and they know what Islam is? Because it's something that's come across here for the first time. We Americans, and we've been educated before we educated them, but we wouldn't know what that style of religion was to be calling it Islam, just like we didn't know that style of Catholicism or Christianity when it first came. All we know that it was some spiritual shit.
Not only that, bro, it's kind of crazy that this cat just show up with this new belief system, and instantly everybody just start taking to it. Like shit in town, we all got to have it now. You know, that's just weird, bro. Shit that's been rooted in your heritage and your people for long, you just dropped it, and this new guy showed up with this fancy new shit. Now we getting on our knees 4-5 times a day looking to the east.
Big facts. What's crazy, the reason why I say that shit can fuck with our spiritual system is because when you dealing with nature, we know the sun rises in the east. You see what I'm saying? So they play the trick on our psychology system. They discombobulated us, had us warn all kind of shit like that, disrupting shit, and then they attacked our spiritual system. They're saying, hey, this can fix it all. Just believe in God.
Maybe we overthink it, though. Maybe we was who they say we was. So we was already getting high, smoking our peace pipe. They came with that new shit. We was like, hey, dog, let's try it, cuz. You know what I'm saying? I mean, because to me, for us to be such a strong people.
We was on weed and them bitch brought hair on.
Yeah. For us to be such a strong people, dog, and already rooted spiritual people and damn near everything we do, I just find it, real strange that we were just turning our back on our shit and accepting all this new shit that you can clearly date when it started.
Yeah, and for the people that's in the other parts of the America, Central America and South America, they had hair on and they brought meth to them. So shit they made themselves personally. Word. Definitely. Oh shit. Hey, watch this shit though. This shit right here about to fuck up though. Watch this.
Americans would have known that there were Muslims in West Africa. Probably also they were seeing Muslim activity in the United States.
Some of the enslaved people maintained practices that the enslavers noticed, right, made note of and watched.
Wearing skull caps and turbans and veils, celebrating Islamic holidays, refusing pork and alcohol.
Someone like Yoro, he seems like an anomaly, but he's not that unusual insofar as being very religious and educated.
Peel's diary reflects this apparent familiarity with Muslims in early America. What stands out to Peel is not Yarrow's faith, but his age.
Yarrow was supposedly 134 years old. Turns out he was sort of figuring his age for calendar.
God damn.
Yarrow was probably 83 in this picture. Peel was also
This nigga special
older.
in
He was
every
in
way,
his
boy.
late 70s, and he gave lectures.
God damn. This super Muslim nigga now.
Hey, Voodoo. Voodoo, I know that was your trick.
Hey, bro, this nigga has Sheila
Hey,
jit
Voodoo.
growing out his skin, dog. This nigga sweated the honey of life, motherfucker. God damn. We just track this nigga origins back, dog, and we need to go back to where he from, nigga.
Hey, I know that shit was gonna fuck you up. Just
God damn. That shit. Oh man, that's wild. Yeah, we don't know where he's from, but we heard this super slash nigga that was very important. And you know, he was an economic advisor, making bricks and shit. And, you know what I'm saying? At the same time, the nigga bleeding sweet honey. And sometime when he scrape under his nails, you can get some Sheila jet up under his nigga nails. This nigga lived 130, man.
and they said he ain't get free until he was 60.
God damn, this nigga.
Hold
Nigga shit.
He been working. He been working to pay off, to pay half of what he owned. He invested in a bank. He invested again and lost all that money.
God damn, this nigga got a story.
This motherfucker got it. This is one of the most heavily documented African.
Hey, bro, his whole life was amazing, huh? And they knew it was gonna be amazing, so they made sure they documented that shit the whole way.
But it's just ain't documented.
Oh. Hey, bro, look, when he came off the boat, I was wondering when they was gonna talk about her again, bro.
They lost track of her, bro.
Hey, cause she was an ordinary fucking nigga, dog. This nigga was an exemplary, extraordinary nigga. They laid it off the boat. That nigga had a slight shine to him. When he got off the boat, just like, this nigga gonna do great things when he get here. He's not a typical slave. We can look at him already. This is a nigga of exceptional order right here.
Hey,
Separate this motherfucker.
It sound like somebody, he was well trained and somebody paid his way to come over here and start a life and build up something and send money back over there. That's what it sounds like to me. He was an indentured servant because probably from slave wars they was captured and they were sold to the British or whatever like that. But we know Islam wasn't enslaving Islam. That was a rule against them. You couldn't enslave other Islamic people unless you put them within your camp or something like that. But you can enslave Christians. So who sold him to the British? Who sold him to the Christians? What was going on to where the English, where the British, where not the British, where the Christians and Islam was fighting against each other in Africa? We don't see it during the height of the American slave trade, the transatlantic, so-called transatlantic slave trade. We don't see these wars going on. We see intertribal wars, but we don't see no religious war going on.
Well, you know, they kept that shit silent, bro.
Right.
They kept it quiet because it was a war in search of exceptional niggas who live to 150 years old, you know, and they ain't want everybody to know they was doing that shit. They were like, hey, bro, we find this country that we don't really know where it's at, but these some exceptional niggas, bro. And if we can get these niggas, some of these niggas gonna live to 150.
Hey, this motherfucker will be a great example for them to use as a story.
Yeah, that's why they took. Yeah, that's why they showboat him. That's why that nigga was on display, being taken around throughout the college. Like, bro, this is an exceptional nigga.
Fucking propaganda at its fullest, advertisement at its fullest.
Yeah, you don't want to have to keep retraining and reinvesting. So you go to that. You got to go to that special country to get them niggas. You get them niggas that live to 150, dog.
Bro, he seems like an anomaly, but he's not that unusual insofar as being very religious and educated.
Peel's diary reflects this apparent familiarity with Muslims in early America. What stands out to Peel is not Yarrow's faith, but his age.
Yarrow was supposedly 134 years old. Turns out he was sort of figuring his age by a different calendar.
Okay.
Yarrow was probably 83 in this picture. Peel was also older. He was in his late 70s, and he gave lectures in his museum about healthy lifestyle and how you would be able to reach an old age. Longevity was a theme. He had started painting older people in 1790.
Shit crazy.
So the painter was 70 and he's saying that he was using another calendar, which would make sense if he's using a calendar in the dating period from over there. That would make a whole lot of sense. That makes him 134 years old, but he's 83 over here. And the person who painted him is 70 years old. And the other people who this person painted was George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, shit like that. People who they call black presidents, per se. They say that was swarthy. He painted all of these people.
I don't know, bro. I think he probably could have been jealous and was like, man, ain't no way I'm going to tell these hoes that your ass 130, I'm 70, and I look like this. That's fucked up. Nah, nigga, you 85, fool.
Yeah. Hey, you crazy, man. Let's see. Watch this shit, though. Watch this shit. Let me bring it back just a little bit.
I mean, because they're taking his...
Longevity was a theme. He had started painting older people in 1795. But there's more going on here.
Said, yeah, but they taking what? Go ahead.
Well, what I'm saying is they telling us how smart this cat was. He building bricks. He building houses. He earning his freedom. They took him serious on all this other shit. He teaching people his ways. But then when he don't know how old he is, though. Come on, brother. Some of this ain't making sense. This nigga this smart. He being traded off by all these rich men as a personal concierge. But then when he came to his age, that nigga be clowning and shit, man. That nigga was 85. He wasn't 130. Hey, bro, this story all over the place, homie.
This shit all over the place, bro. This motherfucker might have been an agent. You might have been one of the dirty Moors. One of them agents, dog.
Bro.
Shit.
Yeah. I tell you one thing, this nigga lived one exceptional slave life, dog.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He lived in a slave life, dog, on a tobacco plantation. Never picked tobacco.
I tell you one thing.
In the house.
If I had to listen to his slave experience, I would have to say to myself, man, give me a fucking couple of fucking blunts, homie, and some beer, and that shit don't sound too bad to me. Shit.
Like Yarrow, nigga.
They gonna take me out of my country. They gonna lose this disgusting bitch who I call my sister. I didn't really like her anyway. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm gonna be advising motherfuckers and wearing fancy clothes and making babies over here and teaching my ways.
Ain't no shit. And get to still practice my religion and talk my language. So he was speaking
Yep.
in Arabic, bro. He was speaking Arabic too now.
Pay off my indentured servitude.
Because he grew up in a school of higher learning of Arabic in Islam, bro. Well, not Islam at the time, but Arabic. And
Yeah,
Muhammad.
and he spoke like an Indian with a red dot in his forehead when he spoke English. That's how they knew he was an exceptional nigga.
Watch this.
There's a looking that happens in this picture from the artist to the sitter. I think he really appreciated, which I think comes across in the portrait. There's an intensity there. I mean, if you look at it, it's a beautiful picture.
Charles Wilson Peele talked about why he thinks that Yarrow had this kind of longevity. And he said it's because he believes that he wasn't drinking alcohol, that he was praying a lot. Peele was thinking about Yarrow as a Muslim enslaved man, right? And not just a Muslim enslaved man, but a devout Muslim.
Peele spent only 2 days with Yarrow, but Yarrow seems to have made a deep impression on him. When Yarrow died in 1823, the papers published an obituary, which Peele is thought to have written. Died Yarrow, according to his account, 136 years. It is known to all who knew him that he was industrious, honest, and moral. He was interred in the corner of his garden, the spot where he usually resorted to pray.
When Yarrow dies, there are multiple obituaries of this.
I counted so far 38 up and down the East Coast.
Wow.
God
A man who was brought here as a slave.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Why was so much written about him, and why were there
God damn.
38 obituaries, bro.
Hey, they should have taught us. They should have taught us about this nigga in Black History Month, dog. This was exceptional nigga, dog.
I'm showing some of the first enslaved Africans who was Islamic, and they still was able to practice their faith, brother. They kept their culture, their custom, and everything. Don't drink alcohol. Don't eat bacon. Don't eat the hog. They was coming up north with that. This is one of the first, and he's a successful. He got a good story. Got a real good story. Like everybody should be talking about Yarrow. Not Kunta, but Yarrow.
Nigga, fuck Martin Luther King, nigga, or Yarrow.
Yarrow, nigga.
Man, Yarrow is the ultimate testimony to overcoming your motherfucking goddamn your perceived destiny, nigga.
Everything.
Yarrow should be a new slang. Yarrow should be a new slang word, nigga. I'm fucking Yarrow in this shit, nigga.
Hashtag Yarrow.
I'm gonna look at this through the eyes of Yarrow.
I'm trying to be like Yarrow.
Hey, bro, this ain't shit for Yarrow, nigga.
Yarrow 30 fucking berries. Just the East Coast.
Hey, bro, it's hard to keep a good Yarrow down, dog. This thing was awesome. Everybody, when Yarrow died, everybody wanted to pass their word on it, man. Yarrow gone, fool. Man, that was the best nigga I ever known, fool. We got to write something about this nigga. 38 obituaries, man.
Yarrow.
Man, they pushing that shit hard. 38 obituaries, nigga.
This nigga had more obituaries than the president.
Hey, bro. Hey, if they had a flag, that bitch was definitely at half mast when Yarrow died. It was the 9/11 of the time when Yarrow passed, nigga.
Hey, this shit crazy as hell.
Hey, bro, I'm
Let's see
betting if
what
we
else
look it
they
up,
say.
bro,
Let's go.
somewhere it's a fucking holiday for Yarrow, bro. Somewhere it's a holiday for Yarrow. We ain't found.
In DC. In Georgetown,
Oh,
probably.
I'm bro. I would hope
Ain't the
not.
Yarrow a bird? Ain't the Yarrow a bird over here? Ain't that a bird name over here?
I don't really know, man. I don't want to lie to you. But I can't believe this is the first time I ever heard of such an exceptional nigga, man.
I just want to make sure. I want to say Yarrow is a bird name. I think somebody came and told me that shit. Absolutely, somebody said that shit about Yarrow, and that's American. It was either him or my other good brother that always be coming through, Tim Washington. Like Yarrow is like an American indigenous name, like the name of a bird over here. Or something. But this motherfucker had 38 obituaries. That is crazy work.
Hey, bro, he gotta did something that they ain't telling us about, bro. Cause sound like people dropped what they was doing.
Oh, no,
cut them headlines. We gotta write something about Yarrow, bro. Cut that shit.
I bet I'm gonna do something. Yarrow.
Yeah, niggas was on their knees. Pumping their fists at the sky, hollering out, Yarrow!
Hey, this nigga is like fucking Chapo to the Islamic faith, dog. For real. Maybe that's why many people ain't clinging to him like that, because he is an Islamic faith. If he was considered and deemed a Christian, because you know Christianity started taking over Africa and they started converting. You know what I mean? You still see those Islamic caliphate states and countries within Africa, but a lot of them converted also into Christianity, and now they just practice both. Converts, you know what I mean? They just say, fuck it, we just take it back to the core, which is Judaism.
Hey, bro, you think maybe Malcolm X knew about Yarrow, bro? And was following in his footsteps?
Hey, Voodoo. Hey, Voodoo.
Malcolm Hunt might have had the secret text of Yarrow, bro.
Yeah.
That's how he was moving. And Elijah Muhammad heard that he had got hold of that Yarrow shit.
Right.
Why was so much written about him, and why were there so many obituaries?
Well, he was 140 years old.
So they say.
So that's newsworthy.
After Yarrow's death, we find his son, Aquila, living 45 miles northwest of Georgetown in Washington County, Maryland. Here, Aquila's wife worked as a midwife and was so popular the community still bears the family name. But there's no evidence the family continued to practice Mamadou Yarrow's faith.
After 1865, churches from the north redescended on the south.
Motherfuckers from the north descended on the south. So they got a Yarrow's bird, bro. Motherfucker got a whole city named after him.
Wow.
They probably didn't even know what Yarrow. People be on these lives in Yarrow's bird and don't even know what Yarrow bird came from.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna be honest. I do a lot of traveling. I'm trying to think that I think I've seen that before. Yorro Berg.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's a good one, huh? I'm damn sure gonna look into this Yarrow cat.
Look at it right there, bro. Right next to Augusta. You got the Potomac right there.
Potomac River.
Yeah.
So this shit in DC?
The Vestas. Oh, that's the Potomac Vestas. Chestnut. Yeah, this is DC. This is Georgetown, bro.
Okay. Yo,
And
yeah,
this, they
yeah.
say
Yarrow.
his son moved over here. Frederick County. Yeah. Cape Land.
And where you found this story at, man? How you stumble across this here? I ain't never heard of this cat.
Shout out to Yarrow, man.
Yes, indeed. Much love, Yarrow, and all that you did. This bud for you, man.
After 1865, Churchill.
All right, so you see General Highway map, Washington County, Maryland. And this is from the Department of Transportation. Population, 154,000. This is in 2020, this map. And it says published in 2024 at the bottom. So this recent. He was in the 1800s. He died 18 something.
Is from the north really descended on the south, and there was this Christianization of people. I think that for Muslims were still living at the time, and their children and grandchildren, there was probably more of an effort to be integrated and be like everybody else.
I would see this period as a deep tragedy to enslaved Africans. Enslavers who were writing the history thought these people are without intelligence, without a soul. The assumption is that when they came, their gods died. And then they embraced Christianity. They did not acknowledge, right, did not name those traditions and those practices. And so we've spent the last, say, 50 years trying to undo that kind of historical undertaking and really figure out who exactly were these people, because they were there, but really studied them.
Did you hear what he said? They try to Christianize these people, whatever like that, but they didn't do that. They didn't bother to become Christianized. They still kept their religion.
I mean, fuck it. Do Yarrowsburg got
The
mosque?
rediscovery.
Voodoo. Hello, Voodoo. Hello, Voodoo. Stop it. Stop, Voodoo.
It's such an influential nigga, bro. You deserve at least a mosque.
Hold on.
Of Yarrow's story led archaeologists to Dent Place, excavate the site of Yarrow's house, following the lead in his obituary that he buried in his backyard.
His home wasn't on the site. There was an 1850s house that stood on the site that was destroyed by a hurricane. When we started the project in 2015, it was an empty lot with an extant in-ground pool.
Significant redevelopment had removed most traces from Yarrow's time. There was no sign of Yarrow and little evidence of his life. Still, the dig created a unique opportunity, a chance to give Yarrow the Muslim funeral rites, the janazah prayer he's unlikely to have received 200 years earlier.
In 2015, the Imam of Masjid Muhammad in Washington, D.C., he led the janazah prayer for Yarrow in that same spot of the yard. And Masjid Muhammad is historically predominantly Black masjid, one of the oldest in Washington, D.C. So it's pretty profound that all these years later, that has some meaning even to the people there.
And you led the prayers?
Yes, I led the prayer, and that was an honor for me. We did the janaza on the land, on his residence. We know it doesn't serve the official, but as a ceremonial to him, it was.
It was a beautiful event and a way to honor Yarrow and to shed light on Muslims, their history, and their history in America.
We inherit his hopes, we inherit his dreams, and that's the connection that we feel for him. This is the beauty of really what it means to be an American, really to embrace the excellence of the life that was here and that is here, and that shows who we are.
On Dent Place today, a new house stands on the spot where Mamadou Yarrow once lived. But his presence is commemorated with a plaque. It's a powerful reminder of Yarrow and the tens of thousands of other Muslims who arrived in America in the nation's earliest days. A people whose history is still being written, whose stories are still coming to light. In 1819 by the famous Revolutionary War portrait artist Charles Wilson Peale. This man who painted presidents decided he wanted he was a Muslim. He was painted in 1819 by the famous Revolutionary War portrait artist Charles Wilson Peale. This man who painted presidents decided he wanted to paint a picture of Yarrow.
To pay that kind of attention to a formerly enslaved Black man, this is unheard of.
What the fuck?
When I first heard about, until later.
Even though we have a lot of evidence, the story of the African Muslims in the United States has been, for the longest time, lost, unknown.
I didn't really even know about the story when I was growing up here as an adult.
This is the story that predates the founding of America.
Predates the founding of America.
Much of Mamadou Yarrow's story takes place in and around Washington, D.C., a city that's been my home for several years. As a Muslim born and raised in the United States, I've always been curious about the roots of Islam in our country. I knew the first Muslims to arrive here in significant numbers came from Africa, but I didn't realize how much of their story had been unearthed.
It appears as if between 10 to 15%, some say even 30% of the enslaved Africans came from Muslim parts of West Africa.
Thousands of Muslims were enslaved in the Americas, including what became the United States.
They were part of the social and cultural and economic development of the Americas for half a millennium.
We now know that some African Muslims left their names, preserved in plantation records and runaway slave ads. Few left their image. Among them was Mamadou Yarrow, also known as Yarrow Mahmoud. He was painted not once, but twice. It's one of the things that makes him stand out.
He gives us a story of what it was like to gain freedom and then live after that and practice as a free person. I don't think we have any other story like that.
Yarrow's story has been preserved in the archives of the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, in the writings of the artist who first painted him, after painting presidents, including George Washington, John Adams, and Thomas Jefferson.
We are looking at one of 26 diaries written by Charles Wilson Peale, a very important early American portrait painter, one of the most important. This diary goes back to 1818 to early 1819. The diary is rather small, as you can see. It's about 58 pages of text. The Yarrow section takes up about 3.5 pages. It's the biggest vignette in the diary from this period.
Writing in December 1818, Peale describes a visit to D.C., where he heard about an old African man, Yarrow, living in Georgetown in surprising circumstances.
Mr. Brewer said that he is comfortable in his situation, having bank stock, and lives in his own house. I shall be able to give a more...
I shall be able to give a more particular account of him as I propose to make a portrait of him, should I have the opportunity of doing it.
The diary was a vital resource for the author, who played a key.
So with the locks, I'm good. Holla. Okay, Jazz, I will. Oh, let me go. Let me get this one. I'm gonna let this one right here. Go ahead and but this the one right here that will trip people out. This is your average been brought here to help fight the North, help fight against the South.
Hey, bro, maybe we should contact Mos Def, bro. We should possibly contact Mos Def, dog, because I'm Mos Def, bro. I'm looking at this picture real hard, and Yarrow kind of look like they might be related, bro.
Oh, you and him?
No, Mos Def and Yarrow look like they could be related, bro.
You talking about that? And Yarrow?
Yeah, Mos Def he done went Muslim and shit now, right?
Oh, you crazy.
He might be reaching back from his ancestor Yarrow, bro. Because look at that old picture of Yarrow. That nigga look like Mos Def, bro.
Like he on load. Okay. Uh-oh. We got it now. Let's go, y'all. I'm gonna rule some more of this beautiful footage. And some more. This right here is Africans being brought across here to help fight in the Civil War.
Wow.
All right, that's what this is. And check this out. Let's go.
It's hard to imagine now, but 160 years ago, Northern Virginia was the site of some of the most brutal battles of the Civil War. Among the Union soldiers who fought here in May of 1864 was a Muslim man, a recent immigrant from Afghanistan named Muhammad Khan. His life here.
God damn.
Hey, Voodoo. Hey, Voodoo.
Man.
So we just had an Afghanistan.
Yeah.
We just had an
They literally changing the history. They changing the history now. They passed over all these niggas here. We're too busy smoking weed. We went to Africa and took that 3-month trip and came back with some hardcore fighting ass niggas.
Hey, hold up. They said this was an African, but he came from Afghanistan.
Hey, bro, if you look at the map, bro, they ain't but a few thousand miles away from each other now.
Afghanistan is part of the African continent, I guess. Like plate or whatever. They're on the African plate.
Hey, man. You know, it's all Africa, bro. You know.
Well, hold on, Voodoo. We just watched an Afghan-looking Persian dude who they say been from Africa, but then they say the book. He said he was an African, but the book say Negro. And then they say they don't know where he from, and he just turned out to be extraordinary. Now I'm showing you an African who's from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
That's
Who's
a
another
Muslim.
exceptional motherfucker.
Another Muslim, another exceptional motherfucker.
Hey, bro, you looking at this wrong, bro. They trying to help us build up some good people because we ain't had nobody. All our people suck. So they adding in some of these Africans, man, to bring our pedigree up.
Oh shit! Watch this shit. I love this shit. Watch this.
The Union soldiers who fought here in May of 1864 was a Muslim man. A recent immigrant from Afghanistan named Muhammad Khan. Why he would risk his life here?
Can anybody tell me about any Afghan immigrant that was supposed to be coming across here in 1864? Why was Afghan immigrants coming across here? Let's go.
And what happened next is described in his military records, recently discovered in the National Archives in Washington, D.C.
I've pulled tens of thousands of files over the years. This is probably the only, if not among a handful of descriptions of Islam in a Civil War document. That's what really struck me. And I was like, this is gold.
The Civil War was a turning point in American history. It preserved the Union and ended slavery.
Oh, shit.
3 million men fought. 750,000 died. In no
3 million fought. 750,000 died. Okay, so 700,000. Let's just round it off. 700,000. That's 750,000. You got 25, 50, 75, and then you got a whole. So 750,000 died. 3 million people fought. All right, let's pay attention to these numbers, y'all. Pay attention to these numbers.
$750,000 died. In November 1863, Abraham Lincoln came to Gettysburg and delivered his most famous speech. In 2 powerful minutes, he spelled out the meaning behind the sacrifices the war demanded.
Lincoln put it all together in the Gettysburg Address. It went down right to the core values of the founding of the nation, that all men are created equal.
The Civil War, it was supposed to have decided the fundamental question at the heart of what America was going to be: guarantee life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all citizens of the United States.
Some people might think of the Civil War as a war brother against.
Listen, for all citizens of the United States. So that means all immigrants who's coming here, that's becoming citizens.
Brother,
yes,
North and
sir.
South, but it also had a more global perspective. That had to do with humanity.
As a Muslim, I want to know, could it be that people who shared my faith helped bring about this new birth of freedom?
And shout out to these 2 ladies from from what your boy Mahmoud, you know what I mean? Yaro Mahmoud. Now they on this one right here. Let's go.
That Muslims fought to end slavery too. That's where Private Muhammad Khan comes in. He's part of a...
To end slavery. To end slavery where? We just seen Yaro was an indentured servant and free as a bitch, able to buy. And this 1800s now. So you telling me within 40 years that he died, the world unchanged like that? To where you ready to go to war to end slavery?
That narrative's so fucking fake.
And this is up north too now. This is up north, but what they would call down south. But it's up north too. Because they call DC, Virginia, Maryland, they would call that down south too. But we call that up north. This farther north than us. Sir. You know what I mean? Yeah, but they call it down south. They call it the south. And which, you know what I mean? I understand why they're saying that. You know what I mean? Word.
Story researchers are still piecing together. The details of Khan's eventful life are revealed bit by bit in his application for a pension.
Hey, listen, I'm about to fuck you up with this one right here now, Voodoo.
100 pages long. Because of it, we know more about his service than most other soldiers who fought in the conflict.
So this is someone interviewing him to determine if he would receive his pension?
A series of interviews over many years. They didn't understand his pronunciation of Muhammad Khan when he enlisted. So they wrote the best they could. And Amahi's the best they could come up with for Muhammad. And they just pretty much named everyone John if they had no, like John Doe.
What can you tell us about his religion, his faith, his Muslim identity?
They don't typically express a soldier's faith in one of these records. But when he's getting testimony from different apothecaries and sort of pharmacists that he was buying medicine from, that one says to come into my store and I would read to him what he called the Mohammedan Bible, or what they call the Quran, but misspelled in the document, spelled with an H. There's the key right there. It's very clear what his faith was.
So this man had long black hair, and this witness, from his looks, manners, and general appearance, supposed him to be an American Indian.
Treacherous. Treacherous. Nail in the coffin.
I don't want to hear nobody fucking with OTK no more, dog. When I tell you I got shit to show that motherfuckers coming to fight in the civil war from Afghanistan considered African, but being labeled an American Indian.
That's major right there to me.
Here you go. Here you go. One more time.
First of all, that immediately separates the...
So this man had long black hair, and this witness...
Go ahead, Voodoo. Go ahead, Voodoo.
Now, what I'm saying is this description of this man in association to what we have discovered definitely was the Indian. It really separates us from these motherfucking Indians they telling us. Because this dude come from Afghanistan, but he was proposed to be mistaken for an Indian. Okay, let's look at these people at that time, especially the hue of skin, because we just seen some of them darker than us. Why was he mistaken for a fucking Indian?
Right. So that means that why was he mistaken for a fucking American Indian if they didn't already look like that? Now you on point with me too. See, they tell on themselves in so many ways.
Yeah, where did this Mongoloid Indian come from if we got this Indian that looked like Afghanistan?
Yeah. The motherfucker that was on True Zone channel showing me fucking Mongol.
From his looks, manners, and general appearance, supposed him to be an American Indian.
From his looks, his manners, and
general appearance. That means the way he walked, the way he talked, and the clothes he wear.
And the way, yes. I I can tell you in the way you talk, you walk, and the way you dress. I can tell you from around here. So
Yeah.
Hold up. So now that's why I started thinking about backing them boys like, yo, we've been going over there and colonizing over there and left our influence over there. So for this motherfucker to come from Afghanistan and come back over here to America and they calling him American Indian?
So what you telling me is a world traveler just came back home. His paperwork say he just left Afghanistan.
Pretty much, bro.
But we can tell this nigga from here.
Crazy work, bro. Crazy work. And anybody, let me see if I can show that's at the 3 mark. Let me see if I can show the very beginning. I want a picture of what they him right here. If you look in this corner right here, dog, that's the picture of him right there. You can see that, bro?
Hold on, I'm blowing it up right quick. Yeah.
All right, let me see if I can do it real quick. All right, you see that person right here where my mouse at?
Yeah.
This the video I'm showing right now. Fighting
yeah,
for
that
freedom.
Nigga black as hell.
That's a picture of him. That's a picture of him, bro.
The dog motherfucker blended in with his t-shirt.
Word. Right.
I don't look like none of them.
Yarrow. Yeah, this Yarrow at the top. And this right here is Muhammad.
I don't look like the Indians they showing me.
Doing the video on right now, Muhammad.
I gotta say, like Donald Trump, them Indians they telling us about don't look like no Indians to me.
All right, let's go. And he was practicing Mohammedanism too. He was definitely a devout Muslim from Yarrow. He came from the same place Yarrow came from. Good word. But check this out though. He was filing his paperwork for his land after he fought in the war and shit. And now he had problems getting it. That's why he's so documented. Because he was trying to get his fucking lands. Or his what they call it, your petition. He was trying to fill out a petition for his rights for what was supposed to be due to him for fighting in the war. But let's go though.
But misspelled in the document, spelled with an H. There's the key right there. It's very clear what his faith was.
So this man had long black hair, and this witness, from his looks, manners, and general appearance, supposed him to be an American Indian.
I was born in Persia and raised in Afghanistan. I came to this country in 1861 with an American officer, a consul, but I don't remember his name. I couldn't speak one word of English at that time. About 2 or 2.5 months after my arrival, I enlisted at New Haven, Connecticut, having been persuaded to enlist while under the influence of...
So he's been born in Persia and raised in Afghanistan. God damn. Crazy work.
What a story.
Not unusual.
Were recruiters using alcohol to recruit people?
Man, another superhero, bro.
Wow.
Hey, but it's conveniently mentioned to you that he don't remember his name. That's some convenient ass shit right there. Yo, yo, yo.
He was born in Persia, raised in Afghanistan, but he can't remember his name.
Bruh, you've been brought to Atlanta milk and honey. We see what the fuck Afghanistan always look like, but you don't remember such a beautiful gift given to you by this man, his American officer. No, bitch, you want to forget his name because we can trace who this American officer was and where he was at the time.
Right. Hey, Al B. Day, you're definitely right. They're Moors. Right. These are your Moors. Your dirty Moors. Yes, these are some of them. Yes. Me who've been on that since earlier, but let's go.
Them to drinks at the tavern, and
they
were recruited and enlisted against their will. There was no question there was some of that went on.
Whatever led Khan to enlist, he wasn't the only immigrant to join the Union forces.
There are 2.2 million soldiers that serve in the Union Army over the 4 years, and about 1/4 of those were born in a foreign country.
Most of these men came from Europe, but migrants had begun arriving from parts of Asia too.
I remember coming across evidence of a soldier who died at Gettysburg. They called him John Tommy. He was a Chinese soldier. He died for his adopted country. So is it a surprise to find Muslims in this war? I was delighted to find this and not entirely surprised.
More evidence for Muslims in the Union Army can be found in the United States colored troops, regiments made up mainly of Black Americans, many of them formerly enslaved people. Established in 1863, the colored troops and their supporters wanted to expand the Union's goals. They wanted to end slavery.
I am the full-time historical interpreter. My job here is to share the truth and not history about this lost story about 200.
Before he go into this diatribe about this, remember I told y'all, pay attention to the numbers. That shit said that 2.4 million Africans, what did it say, bro? Immigrants? 2.4 million immigrants fought within the 4 years. At the other part of it, it said it was only 3 million that fought in the war, period. Out of that 3 million that fought in the war up north, 3/4 died. So now, if only 3 million was fighting up north and 2.4 million was immigrants, huh? Where all the people been at then? Why they had to get all the people to fight the South? See, we got to do some numbers here, y'all. We got to do math. If I'm not mistaken, I want to make sure I get what she said. But I could have sworn she said like 3.4 million was fighting the war or something like that. If I'm not mistaken. 3.4 million, 2.4 million was fighting. Let me see. Oh shit, it up all over at the damn end of that shit. Damn. No, he couldn't speak a word of English at the time. My bad. Ooh. Damn, did I go too far? Hold up. Oh yeah. Hold up. Okay, a little bit more. Let me see what she said.
Muslims in the Union Army can be found in the United States colored troops, regiments made up mainly of Black Americans, many of them formerly enslaved people. Established in 1863, the colored troops and their supporters wanted to expand the Union's goal.
At Gettysburg, they called him John Tommy. He was a Chinese soldier. He died.
Led Khan to enlist. He wasn't the only immigrant to join the Union forces.
There are
2.2 million soldiers that served out of the 3 million total. These are the immigrants.
Wow, that's very.
So only 800,000 you can say are from here or whatever. We could say we're from here. Out of that 800,000, 750,000 of them died because 3/4 died. So who was left? All of these motherfucking immigrants. And guess who was probably that 800,000 y'all that got killed? The motherfucking Indian. So let's go.
Million soldiers that served in the Union Army over the 4 years. And about 1/4 of those were born in a foreign country.
Most of these men came from Europe, but migrants had begun arriving from parts of Asia too.
They was bringing people in from Europe and Asia to come and help and fight.
Most of them was from Europe, they say.
German. Yeah, that's German. Germany, all kind of shit like that. They just say Europe, but that shit say Patriot, Italian, Honvec, Amas de la Liberty, Dios Fres Kimpre. That's fucking German. Come on, man. Come on to fight against the South, bro.
I remember coming across
from Europe, but migrants had begun arriving from parts of Asia too.
I remember coming across evidence of a soldier who died at Gettysburg. They called him John Tommy. He was a Chinese soldier. He died for his adopted country.
Why they don't never talk about this Chinaman, bro? Why don't never talk about the Asians inside the Civil War, bro? Who's all part of the colored troops? See, this the part that they fail to realize, bro, is that all of these people are in the colored troops. That is crazy work. What? If they don't believe, then what?
So, is it a surprise to find Muslims in this war? I was delighted to find this and not entirely surprised.
More evidence for Muslims in the Union Army can be found in the United States colored troops, regiments made up mainly of Black Americans, many of them formerly enslaved people. Established in 1863, the colored troops and their supporters wanted to expand the Union's goals. They wanted to end slavery.
I am the full-time historical interpreter. My job here is to share the truth and not history about this lost story about 209,145 men that answer a government's cry for help.
The names of every single colored soldier etched into this wall?
Yes. All who have served, including the soldiers.
So now he just gave us another number. He only gave us 250,000, 200 and something thousand, who he said the colored troops, that folk. That's only 250,000. Out of this 3 million, you got 250,000 that he just said is Black Americans or whatever like that. So this whole other big ass melting pot, dog, is all kind of mixed up people. This shit is crazy, bro. Word. What you think, Voodoo?
Yeah, it's definitely all over the place, man. It sounds like they're trying to sneak some new shit into our history unless we can prove any of these things are facts. It damn sure sound like they letting somebody in the back door slowly, you know, to add to this story. But they dropping a lot of numbers that if you start doing some of the math, I'm kind of driving right now. I'm like, some of this shit ain't adding. This is a lot of fucking numbers, man. Somebody disappearing and somebody being introduced.
Right. Right. And now, what if we add the 12.5 million enslaved so-called Africans during the transatlantic slave trade that they say came? Where would they fit in this number? If they're directly bringing people from Afghanistan and Persia right now and Europe to fight in the Civil War, what happened to all of these enslaved, so-called enslaved Africans? Where they at?
No doubt.
If they had all of them, bro, during the same time, 1800s, why they even need to go over there and get any more people?
Man, and logistically, how is they moving all these motherfuckers around?
How is they doing it, bro? How?
And not only that, how was they doing it in respect to this war that has an ongoing timeline, and all these goddamn long ass treks that you're proposing that had happened take months and years to make?
Dog, you had 2.4 million people, and they saying just in the Virginia area at this time or whatever, right there. Get the fuck out of here.
I would love to see some of the proposed. I would love to see some of the proposed numbers of the people that actually live there, and then do the math on what it takes to feed these motherfuckers to be having a war and shit.
Because at the 1800s, dog, census records are out. So, dog, if you want to, dog, that's something we can go deep into with these numbers that they throwing out there for this war, and then we can go deep and see the people who registering.
How did they feed these amount of people, bro? How did they get clean water? Where were the encampments for these motherfuckers?
So now we know what the whole fight was about the South. The South, y'all got a bunch of land, boy. We need some of that. Y'all got too much money down there. We need some of that. Y'all live different than us. We need some of that. They wouldn't have freed no goddamn enslaved people.
No, they damn sure don't have wars.
An enslaved person over here to fight in the war to stop slavery.
Yeah, because they don't have wars where they're caring about your condition, motherfucker.
Right.
They have wars because you got something they want over there.
Bruh, I like they try to sugarcoat that too and say enslaved people from the jump. And then they go say, oh, they came from Europe and Asia too, but they don't want to call them enslaved. They don't want to call them enslaved, bro. I dodged the hijack, man. That is bullshit. For real. I just love these stories, though. I love to laugh about it. But I'm definitely...
Yeah, it is funny.
I'm definitely going to do the numbers. Let's go. Check it out. Watch this.
Well, that's the only way to attack some of these things they're proposing.
Yeah. Hey, this shit about to fuck you even more, though. Word. I'm about to fuck you even more. For real. Watch this shit.
South America, folks of Asian descent. So the rule was if you were non-white, they're going to put you in the Bureau of United States Colored Soldiers. The whole world was in this rebellion.
Given Muhammad Khan's appearance, you might expect to find
it kills all your narrative about you a color soldier. That means you come from Africa. That kills all of that. I don't want to hear nothing about no more color troops. Me and you come from Africa. This kills that right now. This kills that. Because we see Asians, and this motherfucker even say people from South America. Watch this.
It's cry for help.
The names of every single colored soldier etched into this wall?
Yes, all who have served, including the soldiers from the West Indies, South America, folks of Asian descent. So the rule was if you were non-white, they're going to put you in the Bureau of United States Colored Soldiers. The whole world was in this rebellion.
Given Muhammad Khan's appearance, you might expect to find his name on this memorial. But it's not here. Instead, I find the name of the best-known Black Muslim in the Union Army, an African immigrant named Nicholas Muhammad Ali bin Said.
Nicholas Said walked into the United States a free man before the Civil War started. He was from the Kingdom of Borno, that area that is now northern Nigeria. He arrived in 1860, joined up with the 55th Regiment, and he said, because all my people seem to be doing so.
Said is an unusual recruit. Whoever's in charge of the unit notices.
Whoa. You walk into America a free man during the height of slavery? Yo, why we don't hear this story right here, bro? Voodoo, you still here with me? Why we don't hear this story right here, bro?
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I'm kind of working too.
Yeah, you good. Why we don't hear about people walking across here free, bro?
You know why, man.
And he's from Africa. This dude right here, Said, is from Africa. What region they say he was from? The Makunu?
Hell, I don't know. I was answering a phone call. Now they know where somebody from this time.
Yeah, they know where he's from. Said. He's from right here on the other side of the Sudan. Over here. Barney. He's from Sudan. From the Sudan area. The Kingdom of Borno. Say damn.
Borno, that area that is now northern Nigeria. He arrived in 1860, joined up with the 55th Regiment, and he said, because all my people seem to be doing so.
Said is an unusual recruit. Whoever's in charge of the unit notices how well educated he is, and so he becomes a clerk rather than a frontline fighter.
And he's this really interesting figure because he's
Hold on.
Not exceptional.
This motherfucker come from Africa, educated.
Yeah, to where he a clerk, he entering records and shit for these motherfuckers.
Because all my people are fighting and doing this. That's why he joined along. What the fuck?
Well, hey man, Wall must not have been shit back then.
Hey, Voodoo, they got some explaining to do.
also literate. Right? He writes his autobiography.
He writes about it and all.
Hold on. This nigga writing, bro.
Hey, bro, how was these smart niggas getting captured like this?
This nigga was writing. He was
English.
writing, bro.
English.
English.
I mean, why else would they make him a clerk?
from a fucking, and this was crazy. He's coming from an Islamic state, from an Arabic state or country. This is crazy work. Exceptional niggas.
Also about the conditions of Reconstruction. Interesting.
That we never heard about. Dog, these motherfuckers should have been in the history books we should have been reading about, bro. When they was teaching us this African shit, bro. Like, for real. Yarrow and him, these are some exceptional niggas.
Yes, they are. Long living, longevity niggas too. Niggas you can invest in.
Right. Word.
He doesn't mention his military service. Probably because being in the South, he doesn't want to be associated with the Union Army.
He actually receives this rank as sergeant.
This is a remarkable man.
Muslim presence in the Civil War that he represents, I think is very important. This is not a foreign story. It's a part of the American story.
Alongside Nicholas Said, that story now includes Muhammad Khan, whose name is not on this wall for a simple reason. He was part of an all-white unit, the 43rd New York Infantry.
How was he able to join the 43rd in the first place, though, looking as he did?
He was recruited by his captain, and no one seemed to question it.
Being an exceptional nigga.
Full benefits,
Who
if there
would?
were any, of a white soldier at the time. So,
With Khan in their ranks, the New York 43rd marched south through Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia. Sometimes Khan was allowed to fight. Other times he was given more menial duties.
Also, it's
multifaceted nigga.
Man.
In July of 1863, the 43rd reached Gettysburg, the best-known battle of the Civil War, and
What you say, bro?
I say this exceptional nigga is multifaceted.
You sound like marching and shit. You sound like you doing the left, right, doing for the military.
Hey man, these niggas make you want to march, man. These inspirational niggas.
we know Khan was nearby.
Yeah, real inspirational, for real.
While some of his comrades fought in close combat.
Watch this.
43rd New York and the 7th Maine was the two regiments who formed a line of battle down over the field, and they charged up over the hill. The Confederates were behind that very stone fence in that woods.
Wow, so close.
And they pushed the Confederates back.
43rd New York Infantry held this position from the morning of July 3rd until the close of battle.
The 43rd was a very, very hard fighting regiment, and they fought in just about every major battle of the Army of the Potomac. Here at Gettysburg, 5 casualties in the 43rd, 2 of them killed outright, 11 wounded, 4 of them mortally, and 1 captured.
So you can't get into his head, but you have seen so many documents. Why do you think Muhammad Khan would fight in the war?
he knew how to be a soldier. He said he knew how to load and fire a musket and quickly was in the ranks, marching and doing his duty.
He may have felt tricked into enlisting, but he stayed and he fought. That was a common path to citizenship and to national identity.
This is someone who could have been obscure.
Whoa. A quick way to citizenship and national identity as an American. This is how they got bounty lands. And bounty lands was lands that they helped run the Indians off and they gave it to other people after a war, which they will call deserted lands.
Could have just come here and maybe lived some years, gone back. Maybe this is a man who agreed to be right in the thick of the fight. Once he got in, I think he understood the stakes, and he went for it.
Could have run away or really escaped at any time. He did stick around for some reason, and it may have been because he felt morally and ethically obligated to see it through.
As a Muslim, Khan may have been inspired by traditional Islamic teachings about slavery. These urged Muslims to treat enslaved people with dignity and work for their freedom. At the National Archives in College Park, Maryland, there's evidence that Muslim attempts to end slavery in the U.S. extended well beyond our shores. Logs from the American consulate in Tunis, North Africa, date back to 1864. They contain the translation of a letter from a prominent Tunisian official, Major General Hussein. Tunis, an autonomous province of the Ottoman Empire, had abolished slavery some 20 years earlier, citing the moral principles of Islam.
Empire.
In this letter, Major General Hussein urged Americans to end slavery too. O inhabitants of America.
This will also be your beginning of the I don't need to say that right now. I don't need to say that, man. But this is your Moroccan shit too, dog. I'm sorry to say it, but this goes hand in hand with your Moroccan treaty, bro. Your treaty go hand in hand with your treaty of peace and friendship, man. Moroccan Empire, bro. Word. So anybody who was caught in war, all right, and you was Islamic, you was supposed to get sent back to an Islamic state or return to an Islamic provenance. Instead, we got a story of 4 people, a man and a wife and another man and a wife who got captured. And this is late 1700s. They got captured during the war. So they've been coming across here to help them fight. Yarrow came in 1790 something, y'all. So people been coming. They got caught. They were supposed to be released because they was under the jurisdiction of the Sultan or something of Morocco or whatever, or the Sultan of this province, North Africa. This led to the them being enslaved in the South for years. They worked their way out of slavery, out of indentured servitude, and when they got out, they fought to go get sent back or whatever. This would led to your Sundry Moors Act. It was your Sundry Moors petition first, and then this would lead to your Sundry Moors Act. Because of this shit right here, what they're talking about right now. Because they had... Go ahead.
I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm handling some business, but I'm stepping for a second. I'm handling some business, but I'm still here.
Okay, you good. All right. But yeah, this is the beginning of that, y'all. Yeah, I know when the Sundry Moors Act was, bro. My people's then was one of the lawyers them on the Sundry Moors petition in the Sundry Moors Act. What I'm telling you is the Islamic Muhammadan was already coming here. So by 1860 something, they already had these establishments in place, these things and these stuff in place for the Mohammedans. That's what I'm saying, bro. 111 true, my nigga. You know what I mean? My nigga. But let's see what they say. Look what part of Africa they're talking about. You notice it wasn't no Morocco here? So in 1790, they said they had a treaty with Morocco, bro. When you see in this map right here, it ain't no Morocco at the time. All right? So with the Sundry Moors Act, they had a treaty with the Sultan of Morocco, they say. But it ain't no Morocco at this time. Make that make sense.
Slavery some 20 years earlier, citing the moral principles of Islam.
20 years earlier.
In this letter, Major General Hussein urged Americans to end slavery too. O inhabitants of America, since God has permitted you to enjoy full personal liberty and to manage your civil and political affairs yourselves, while many other people are deprived of such distinguished privileges and blessings, it would not tarnish the luster of your crown to grant to your slaves, as an act of gratitude for the favors God has bestowed on you, such civil rights as are not denied to the humblest and meanest of your citizens. Humanity invites you to eradicate from your Constitution all that can give countenance to the principle of slavery. Strong words.
Very powerful words.
We look at the letter from Hussein Pasha. He doesn't mention white and black. He mentions the human being. He references the Quran and the experiences of Muslims with slavery.
He was upholding these ideas of liberty and emancipation that I think most of us think are kind of the intellectual property of the West.
When the American consul in Tunis received General Hussein's letter, he sent it to the Secretary of State in Washington, D.C. He also sent a copy to a leading advocate for abolition, Senator Charles Sumner. Sumner in his fight for abolition in the United States.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's reflected in when he says, you will have strong support to the principles which you have for years set forth and defended. This is clearly something that he believes Sumner can use to his advantage in arguing against slavery.
Sumner was grateful to Major General Hussein, according to the American consul's papers. That's not surprising. Here in the U.S. Capitol, Sumner was known for referring to Islam in his arguments for abolition, especially in his famous Barbarism of Slavery speech from 1860. In it, Sumner criticized Southern slaveholders, contrasting their treatment of enslaved people with traditional Islamic approaches.
He was quoting the Quran to the level that this was actually reported in the New York Times. The speech was published.
All right. So now you got motherfuckers I know talking about the way we treating our slaves in the South. Mind your business. Mind your business.
Sinful.
As diplomats and politicians waged their war of words, the conflict continued on the battlefield. For Muhammad Khan, this meant more fighting, and not just against Confederate forces. A few days after Gettysburg, Khan found himself in nearby Hagerstown, where, based on his appearance, a group of Union soldiers mistook him for a runaway slave.
Just as I was going up the hill towards the railroad depot, I was arrested by a guard and taken to the provost marshal's.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. The North is fighting to end slavery. So why y'all caught him? Because y'all thought he was a runaway slave. That don't make no sense. Y'all fighting the free slaves because of the misbehavior of the slaves in the South. But now you telling me some of his own up north troops captured him because they thought he was a runaway slave? Let's go.
Khan found himself in nearby Hagerstown, where, based on his appearance, a group of Union soldiers mistook him for a runaway slave.
Just as I was going up the hill towards the railroad depot, I was arrested by a guard and taken to the provost marshal's headquarters, where there were a large number of colored men. This guard arrested all black men they met. I said that I was a regularly enlisted soldier of the 43rd New York and asked to be sent to my regiment. This I explained to them as well as I could in my broken English, but they wouldn't believe me.
And they said he was a contraband slave, meaning that he was an escaped slave, that he was not eligible for service and that he was lying, so they arrested him.
Khan was sent to a contraband camp in Philadelphia, one of many such camps set up to house formerly enslaved people fleeing the South. But this couldn't keep him from the front line.
He spends months there in Philadelphia trying to find his company, right? Looking for his fellow soldiers.
At the time, news came about the fighting in the wilderness.
Boy, these some extraordinary niggas.
I was around the railroad depot. As I was very anxious to join my company, I jumped aboard a train just as it started and went with it without asking permission of anyone to get aboard. I landed in Washington.
He gets off the train and he kind of walks with other squadrons from DC to Virginia. Finally, he finds his company.
His company was engaged in brutal fighting, waged across Virginia's Spotsylvania County. Khan would not survive unscathed here for long.
One U.S. Army regular soldier describes this as a battle of invisibles with invisibles. Snarled, ugly, scrubby, bushy mess. Black powder smoke could completely obscure a battlefield even when it's entirely in the open. Fighting in dense forage like this makes it almost impossible to see at all. Not only do you not know where the enemy is half the time, a lot of times you don't know where you are.
So it sounds like heavy casualties.
Heavy casualties.
I had picked up a rifle, and I went straight to my company and fell into line. 10 or 15 minutes after this, my regiment made a charge. Almost immediately, I was shot, wounded in the left hand.
Given everything you said, it's really not surprising that Muhammad Khan would have been injured here.
No, it's not surprising he was injured here at all. And it's borderline miraculous that he wasn't killed.
Still, Khan's wound was so severe that he spent several months recuperating at a military hospital. But in early 1865, Muhammad Khan rejoined his regiment again. He fought alongside his comrades as a sharpshooter until the end of the war. That came April of 1865, and with it, rapid change, despite Lincoln's assassination.
I think that Reconstruction was actually a huge achievement. I mean, first of all, it was total. It was immediate. And it very quickly passed 3 major constitutional amendments.
Man, Reconstruction was to take the Negro, American Indian out of power in the South. This shit wasn't about slavery, y'all. Or if it was about slavery, it's because they didn't like their own kind being enslaved the way that they was enslaved in the South, or working the way that they was working in the South for somebody who they saw to be lesser than them. Word.
13th Amendment abolishes slavery. The 14th guarantees equal protection under law for all, and the 15th guarantees voting rights for men, regardless of national origin. The writing of the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments really intended to solve the problems at the heart of America. It didn't turn out that way.
For Muhammad Khan, the war was over, but a new challenge had begun: to rebuild his life as a civilian. By this time, his wife had arrived from South Asia, and Khan tried to make a living as a peddler.
Uh-oh. So is he from the Khan family? That's why he extraordinary like that? People's coming from South Asia.
Selling beads, baskets, and herbal medicine. All the while, he struggled with the wounds he received in the war and fought for his rights as a veteran, too.
Is it typical to struggle to get your pension?
Yes. So they required either direct evidence, documentation that you had served and were wounded and deserved a pension, or were sick and deserved a pension, or you needed a lot of testimony. He could produce neither. He went through a lot of hassle getting this one. So he talked to the pension office, talked to congressmen. He lived in the District of Columbia, so he was in the halls of Congress, knocking on doors, asking for favors, getting assistance. He was what they would consider a great pest, in the sense that he was there all the time. Everyone knew him. They did all kinds of favors trying to get records for him. They contacted the Secretary of War eventually. And they loaned him money. A lot of black soldiers from the Civil War did work in the pension office. And that's who he actually borrowed money from when he would come to these offices. They really felt for him. You know, they knew his struggle was genuine.
Do you think his race factored into his struggle to get his pension?
Absolutely. He received a lot more pushback and had to enlist the help of all these powerful people to assist him.
Khan fought for over 20 years to receive the pension he was due. But the laborious process generated the paperwork that allows us to reconstruct his story. The pages became his history. When he died in 1891, Khan was buried in Cypress Hills National Cemetery, Brooklyn, under the name the Army gave him, not his own.
Uh-oh.
Here he lies among 4 we do know is that somehow he made the war that ended slavery his own war. A war that advanced the cause of freedom then and continues to shape the nation we're becoming now.
Wow. So I appreciate y'all, man. So I just want to show y'all these Mohammedans coming from Africa who was coming to fight in the Civil War during the Civil War times. Some getting classified as American Indian. And all of that. I also showed that you could have been Asian, South American, or anything else, and you could have been up underneath the color troop regimen. That's heavy. So I don't want nobody to say no more that color troops mean you come from Africa. that kills that, because we got Asians and all kind of shit, and they got newspaper articles, and that's some shit y'all like to use, them newspaper articles. Well, they got newspaper articles saying that they got Asians that died too. All right, so I'm gonna let y'all battle it out with that. But yeah, man, I appreciate y'all, man. It's 7 o'clock. I'm gonna go ahead and fall. I done live for 4 hours, man. It's a good time. I'm good enough. I'm glad I got through with these 2 videos. You know what I mean? Y'all already know, man. In case ain't nobody told y'all that they love y'all, man, just know I love y'all. Peace.